I am unmuted. I'll wait for the few seconds here. All right. We'll call this Star City Council Workshop to order. It is Tuesday, May 14th, 2024 at 6:30 here at Star City Hall. And we're going to do a budget workshop tonight, which is a little bit different than what we've done in the past. And we're going to have various department folks here to talk about their areas and give us a little bit of budget presentation. And then we have two of our committees here to talk about theirs as well. Note what? We are. Yeah, we're going to do all that. So I just explaining what's happening. We're not going to do, there's no decisions on anything made tonight. Being a workshop, I know Councilman Hershey is not here and neither is Councilman Nielsen, but we'll do that here in a minute too. So I'm going to do, we'll all do the pledge real quick, please. Quicks. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Awesome. And then Councilman Wheelock's going to do a prayer for us. Oh. Discuss the budget and the use of the funds that are for the benefit of all the rest of our plus us will be able to have a civil discussion and be able to keep those funds alive. Pray for all those that are in his family. Amen. Roll call.
Wheelock.
Here.
Chadwick.
Here.
Salmonson.
Here.
And as stated before, Councilman Hershey and Nielsen are out of town right now. So, all right. So what we're going to do is we have the, just so everybody knows kind of the order, we have a little schedule here. The different folks on our staff are going to present their little budgets. And did you have copies or no? Yeah, copies for us. We'd take those too. And then the council could ask some questions. I mean, this is just about, it's an information gathering, right? That we're trying to do here for our budget workshop that'll happen on June 11th, where we'll start putting the numbers together in the spreadsheets. Well, you'll get a copy of that with the spreadsheets. But before we had that, I wanted everybody just to focus on what these folks had to say for our city. Okay? So we'll have Bob Little. If you want to start, and then, but you're going to have to, you can hand that out, but you can't stand up and talk.
Oh.
Because you're going to have to sit down and talk because we don't have the.
What's that? No, I'm good.
No.
I'm good.
Because we're recording this as well for people to listen to, and the Councilman Hershey and Councilman Nielsen will be able to see that as well. So, cool.
Okay, so my slide presentation is just a precursor to kind of what we do, what the maintenance department does,
And pull that closer to you.
what the maintenance department does on a daily basis.
Ryan, you said it worked.
TV. You saw me do it. You broke it. Can we get another one of these in the budget?
Is it, can you even move it with the?
Can you do it manually?
Annie, is this your fault?
All right, I guess that's a great start to the night. So Shane, can you fix that?
This is cutting into Bob's time. He's got 20 minutes and now he's only got 15.
Oh, please. Do you want to hand those out to us real quick, Bob, while they're fixing that?
This is like golf.
Oh, there it goes.
Thank you.
High pressure here.
All right, Bob. Here we
All
go.
right, there we go. So. Part of
All right.
Our responsibilities and the facilities that we have to take care of, City Hall, Police Department, Fire Department, River House, the old community barn, the maintenance shop, the restrooms at Hunters Creek, Lake Haven Pavilion, and of course the food bank. Our parks, we have responsibility of right at about 100 acres, especially with Freedom Park coming on this fall. Hunters Creek, Lake Haven, West Point, Riverwalk, River House, Pavilion Park, and it just went away.
Ryan. Okay.
Freedom Park, Roseland Park, Bent Lane Access, and then the Boise River Greenbelt. And
You just messed it up, Ryan. Yeah, it doesn't click anymore.
there we go. Yep. Some of the other things that we do, snow removal of the parking lots, City Hall, water and sewer parking lot. You ask why the water and sewer. In agreement with Hank that he will help us out, with that. We also work with him doing his grass maintenance as well. When we get heavy snows, he's out here throwing sand or salt for us, as well as plowing some of the lots as well. Police parking lot, the fire parking lot, River House parking lot. We do the senior citizens center just because they've got limited funds and it's on our way, and it's a good thing to do. Blake Haven, Hunters Creek, and Pavilion, those are the parks. Those are always left till the last. Snow removal on the sidewalks, obviously has City Hall, water, sewer, police and fire, sidewalk access from middle school, from Floating Feather, which will be incorporated this next winter. The east and west sides of Star Road, we started doing that when we had Snowmageddon, and ACHD plowed all the snow into the sidewalks, and so the kids didn't have anywhere to walk but out in the street. So we make sure that those are cleaned out all the way from Floating Feather all the way to State Street. Sidewalks around each of the parks, and then obviously the senior center as well.
Do you know how many sidewalks miles we have?
Pardon me?
Do you know how many miles and sidewalks we have now yet?
Last count was just right about 7 miles.
7 miles of sidewalks. That's a lot.
Some of the additional duties that we do, in addition to all that, polishing the splash pad, making sure the hard water stains are off it, making sure it's looking nice and new. Re-raking the bark at the dog park. Full inspection of our playground equipment, and that's actually touching every bolt that's on those things to make sure that we don't have anything that's going to injure some child. Keeping the green belt clear of all the debris, and then the flags, banners on the street lights as well. Dana's part, Christmas starts early. It usually starts earlier every year. Thank you, Dana. Usually about October is when we start doing this. Part of what you guys have seen for the last couple of years, we're going to try to change things up so it's not a stagnant display every year. If you go to Indian Creek, last couple of years that I've been there, and the same thing. So that's why we're going to try to change it up a little bit to bring a little life to us and make us a little more unique. As time goes on, we'll start adding a little more and a little more, etc. Can't be done without these people right here. London Carlson, Antonio, they've been here for 6 years. They've helped out tremendously. I've got the best staff, I feel. Matt Yaskovich, Clinton Reed, Andrew Meyer. One thing about Andrew, he's going to school, a Shane, and he approached me and he's looking for an apprenticeship. And so Shane and I are working together to share Andrew. So he does a little bit of IT work with Shane. That helps Shane out. It also helps Andrew out with his apprenticeship. And then obviously Maria and Cleo. I can't say enough good about those two ladies. They work their tails off and they really keep us looking good. Splash pad, looking good. You too. So 2016, when I first come here, this is what Hunters Creek looked like. It was, pretty ratty looking, pretty shabby. So one of the first things that I wanted to do was make sure that we had parks that you can kick your shoes off and run through the grass and feel good about it. This is what we have today, Hunter's Creek, and then Blake Haven. So that's my intro. So it wasn't spectacular. I better give you that.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I was looking at the deal. I still got 20 minutes. All right. So subscription fees. These are things that we've got to do to, just keep running. There's not much of a change in it. Anything in my presentation that's gray, that's been a increase in funds. Mountain Alarm, that's, a lot of this is inflationary, reasons why they've gone up. Young Electric stayed the same. Western Heating and Air, that's just for the maintenance, monthly maintenance throughout the year on this. That includes City Hall, River House, and the Blake Haven, and we'll probably end up putting the other two restrooms on at that time. Integrity Solutions, we have to, the sewer backs up at River House, and because it's such a flat, long, flat line, we have to have them come out and clean that out twice a year. We just had that back up here, 2 weeks ago, and it's kind of a mess when that happens. Master Rooter, we have them come out in the spring and fall. That's for our pump house at Hunter's Creek. They suck all the gunk out and the mud and everything from our vault, for our irrigation vault, and keep it running. Professional dues, not a whole lot I can say about those. Nursery Landscape Association, Arbors Association, National Parks and Rec. That's part of our certification of our playground equipment. It's just one of those things that if you're involved with that, somebody gets hurt, they say, what have you done, to mitigate, any of this? I can come back and say, well, we've done monthly inspections, yearly inspections, et cetera. Plus, we're also a member of that. Idaho Parks and Recreation Association, I think we piggyback with rec on that. Park development, I'll let the mayor take care of that. Building grounds, buildings, wood surface and repair and maintenance. We've increased that $2,500 simply because all of our wood structures need to be restained again this year. One of the big ones is the shop, both the front side and the back side. It's all wood, and it probably should have been done last year, but we're going to get it done this year.
Hey, Bob, I have one quick question,
Mhm.
if I can. The column on the left,
That is last year's budget.
is that last year's budget? Okay, it's not a year-to-date
It's
spent.
not a year.
No.
That's what I wanted
Just
to,
last year's
thank you.
budget. And then my suggestion or my wish for next year.
You'll get the year-to-date stuff on June 11th with that, yeah.
So that I knew what I was looking at.
Yep.
I should have said that to begin with. So carpet and flooring, what we'd like to do is rent the big steam vacs and stuff like that, so we can do the carpets and get things cleaned up. Repair and maintenance, City Hall exterior. These are the cracks in the stucco out there, the refurbishing of the parking lights out there. Just general maintenance on the outside to make our city look good. Janitorial supplies, that's increased a good amount there. Part of that reason is because those police guys, they're just, because of the fire and police, and it's not only them. We're getting big, and we're getting more and more. You wouldn't believe the amount of paper products that we go through just to keep this thing afloat. No pun intended. Plumbing, the next three, plumbing repair and maintenance, electrical repair and maintenance, and building repair and maintenance. I've increased those from 10,000 to 15,000 just simply because of inflation. Prices are going up all over the place, And it seems like you can't do anything, without spending $1,000. Locksmith, keys. We've just had changes put in all the electronic locks, which help a bunch. What I would like to do this next year is they have a padlock system that are rekeyable. So instead of carrying around 15 keys, we can carry one key, and then if, we have to have it rekeyed, then it's a heck of a lot cheaper than it is to go buy new locks and everything else with it. Backflow annual inspection, those are for our backflow meters. Pavilion, bringing that on. We've got another one that we just put on at the River House off the well back there. We've got one here at City Hall. We've got one at Blake, and we also have one at the shop. Fertilizer, seed and spray, left that the same. So far, that's pretty well covered us on everything that we've needed to do. Paint for a sports field, that's been increased a little bit. We're having more and more events down at the River House. We're having to paint parking lots down there, to help out with that. We're also painting up at the middle school, for some of the recreation programs, as well as our own stuff. We've also got a pavilion that's going to come online, and we'll be probably putting some soccer fields down there as well. Trash receptacles, what can I say? You bring people to the park, you got to bring their trash. And it's one of those that the mayor and I worked on standardizing our trash cans. They're not cheap, but they're not flimsy, and they're not, we're not having to rebuild them, every year. But like I said, it's one of those that if we're going to play the part and act the part, we got to show the part as well. The curb and trash base, self-explanatory. Basically, it's cement for underneath the trash cans. Parking lot maintenance. This is seal coating the parking lot. I try to do that on a rotation basis. We had River Walk, Blake, and City Hall done last year, and it's time for Hunters Creek, both parking lot 1 and 2.
And this is one that Bob and I are going to do some investigating on, because we talked to a maintenance guy that does that. And how often do we really need to do these compared
Yes.
to what they suggest?
Yes.
Which might be a lot, not as much, be a lot less. And what kind of benefit do you really get out of them? So there's a lot of questions that we have after talking to this gentleman about that.
Probably relative to the amount of cookies that's done in each parking lot.
Right.
Yep.
I love it.
Irrigation maintenance, engine repair stays the same. Fence posts and hardware, we've been increased that because there's some fencing that we're wanting to do with the 960 property at the River House. We're wanting to put some split rail fence out in front of that, kind of border that off a little bit, as well as some of the stuff on the where we're going to be putting the new parking lot on that side, and then some of the fencing at Riverwalk Park is showing its age and starting to rot out.
Will that fencing be part of our additional uses that we're putting in? Do we mix that fence that you're talking about putting in with the acre addition parking lot, and all that we've just?
Oh,
So are we double covering that budget wise?
So some of that's going to be the front part of the Riverwalk, and then over at
Right.
Riverwalk Park itself. Because like I said, some of
It's
those
over there
poles
by
are.
that. It's not for
Just,
the area.
just
yes.
curious if we're double covering that.
Yeah, we're not.
Porta potties. We have more events and more activities which require the more porta potties. It's put them up or be on the bushes.
Right.
And trust me, they do. Equipment, fuel, raised $3,000 at, just simply, because, things are going up. We do get, the fuel at a government, rate, which means, we're not paying federal, tax on that. We're also keeping a tally system on that two ways, both internal. As soon as any of the guys fill up any of the tanks, they're writing their name down, what machine it was in, how much gallons, and then we also have the tracking through Meredith through the Treasury Department.
So we have tanks, if you didn't know that.
Yes.
We do have tanks, yeah.
Diesel and maintenance items. Like I said, the maintenance items, the fuel filters, the fluids, things of that nature. The diesel, we go through it, but we don't go through it near as much as what we do with the gas. Tires and repair, that's pretty self-explanatory. Fire extinguishers, same way. Hand tools, $2,000. These are, hammers, wrenches, screwdrivers, things that without power. Rental equipment. A lot of this is because of our Christmas stuff and the man lifts that we have to rent. We've looked into possibly purchasing those, but they're like $180,000, and so we'll probably rent a bunch of them before we can buy one of those. Yeah.
No.
Power tools these are our blowers, our backpack blowers, our trimmers, our chainsaws, our drills, this type of thing. Vandalism repair. I've increased that from $8,000 to $10,000. That's one that we might even want to take a look at, maybe even upping that a couple more. We're seeing more and more. I work with Zach's people quite a bit with this, and we've been fairly successful in catching some of these kids and so forth. With the new cameras that Shane has put in, it's making it a little more easier, in tracking and trying to find that. But we're getting more people in here, and we got a bunch of kids that don't have anything better to do. More heavy equipment repair, $5,000, same as last year. Flag repair and maintenance, $4,000, same as last year. The pump repair and maintenance, I've increased this at $2,000 from $8,000 to $10,000, and there again, it's one of those in case something happens, and it seems like we go along great, and then all of a sudden like last year, our filter system totally died on us. So it wasn't cheap, and we didn't have anything budgeted for it. So that's kind of more of a preventive spot here. If it's not, then we can turn it in at the end of the year. Nuts, bolts, screws, self-explanatory. Building maintenance. These are everyday items, ceiling tiles, paint, paper towel dispensers, those type of things that we go through on a daily basis. Lube oil filter and maintenance, oil filters, mechanical items that are beyond our scope at the shop. Painter repair and parts, about $1,500. Seems like we're having to redo our line painters, our field painters once a year. And a lot of it's just because of use and, they get worn out. Playground repair and maintenance, $10,000. That's another one that we might want to take a look at, maybe upping that. We had vandalism to one of the slides at Blake Park. That slide alone, it's number one, it's outdated, so they've got to redo the whole slide, not just a section of it. And that price tag is right at $7,500 just for that. So it's one of those that at some point down the road, a couple of years, we're probably going to need to take a look at maybe replacing some of that stuff.
And I think we check with, we're checking with ICRAMP, I believe, to see if any of that is covered by insurance. Did they respond? I'm still working on it. Yeah. So,
but like I said, it's one of those, I know Boise, this last year, they had an entire playground burned down because some little kid got out there and started a fire, and it melted the whole thing down.
Glad you
So,
held your tongue on that one.
Yeah, well, it's just, it's aggravating.
Yeah.
You know, it truly is. Uniform. So, in the past, you know, I've got a huge increase on this, and that's partly due to the uniform shirts that we have, the hats, the gloves, the safety glasses, the air protection, the spray suits that we use when we're spraying, you know, the heavy duty chemicals, any of that stuff, any face shields that, you know, that we have to have, any of the hard hats that we have to have. So that's where that's at. Landscaping, trees and shrubs, 15,000. That seems a pretty good price at this point. We're sitting pretty good. You know, with a lot of those trees and shrubs, we're going to have to replace a few of them at Hunters Creek this year. The wind came out and wiped out about 3 of the trees earlier this spring. Just snapped them right off about 4 foot, and it's like, oh, it's done. So, wood bark, topsoil, and perma bark. Those are all items that we use, you know, just to keep the park looking good. Capital items, our wish list. These are things, they're all listed in order of importance to us. A tilt trailer. One of the problems that we have right now is we don't have a trailer that we can load the skid steer up and move it from the shop down to 960. And we use it a bunch down there at 960. So what we're having to do is drive it down there. I know you know, but you know, Jennifer, if you've ever been in a skid steer like that, the vision is, you know, very limited and you can't see anything, and it really is kind of dangerous. But not only just for that skid steer, there's been a lot of things. The Star, we have our big Star that we have out here. We have problems moving that because we don't have the, you know, the right equipment to move that. Some of the bricks and stuff like that that we have to do, we need a little bit heavier trailer than what we do have. Our second request and item is 2 Kubota 500s or 520s. These are the smaller Kubotas like what we got last year. Currently, right now, we have 3. We have 2 small ones and a larger one. The larger one that's got the cab on it, that runs right about $30,000. And we don't need something that big. We just need to mobile, you know, all our people. Right now, we have 2 small ones. One that we had 5 years ago, I think it was, that we got, and then the other one that we are sharing with the rec department. During the winter, it's all great and fine that we can use it, but during the summertime, we've got to make sure that, you know, Ron and his crew have that available for their use as well. By asking for 2 of those, it's a double thing. We can put more blades, snow blades on that to move the snow throughout the city. And with Annie and Ron's rec, you know, starting to grow, they're going to need some more as well. Our third item is a grass landscape trailer. I know everybody's seen our landscape trailer that we have. I think it was bought in 1947. It sounds like it as it's going down the road. We've had to put it back together a couple of different times. You can only haul one mower in that. It's just one of those that if you know, pass, you know, City of Eagle and their landscape trailer, they've got a nice, you know, looking equipment. And I think we need to up our game a little bit in that area. Number 4, Gravely Pro Stance 48-inch mower. With the Pro Stance, it's a stand-on mower. It's a little bit smaller than you know, what we currently have, but it's a little more agile for and conducive to the things that we do have. Right now, we're tearing up not only the turf, but we're tearing up our equipment by taking those riding mowers, the 60-inch and the 72-inch, up and down those hills on Floating Feather, as well as Star Road. You know, coming down, there's no brakes on those things. And so when you're coming down that hill, if there's somebody that's walking across, we're just an accident waiting to happen. Whereas with the stand-on 48s, a little more controllable, a little more adept to those inclines. Last year, we were scheduled to get another 72-inch mower, but we turned that down so we could get our Aaron's sweeper and snowplow, which has been a great asset to our equipment line. But unfortunately, we do need to replace that 72. Sixth, Kubota SCL. What that is a stand-on loader. You'll see these with a lot of the landscape companies. They have multiple attachments. Excuse me. They have multiple attachments for them. A bucket, a claw digger, as well as a postal auger, and a trencher. I'm not looking to get all the parts at this point. I think we can add those as they come along. But it's definitely one of those, if we're going to start developing the Riverwalk a little more than what we are, that's going to be the thing that we need to get in to be able to do that. Our tractor's too big to get down there. Our skidster's tears up too much stuff when we do get down there. So we'd probably end up renting one out. But like I said, this is something that can be used in all the parks and all the future parks that to come. And lastly, our Gravely fertilizer. It's a stand-on sprayer fertilizer spreader. I know you guys have seen these. A lot of landscape companies have those for the smaller lawns. These are ideal for those uneven surfaces, Star Road, Floating Feather, some of the smaller places like around the dog park. Right now, the spray equipment that we have, it's either a backpack sprayer or it's on the back of one of the Kubotas, and it's spreading that stuff out too much. So we're wasting, fertilizer when we are doing that. So we've got to really be careful, or we're just not, using fertilizer out there. All right, last but not least, and this is something that our HVAC units here at City Hall, eventually we keep having problems with it, that we keep replacing motors, condensers. I can't remember all of them on it. I know right now the one above here is kind of hanging on. We just wanted to hold off and push it as long as we could. But the problem that we're going to have is in 2027. All of that stuff's going to be replaced. All the R22, you'll never ever get that anymore. They're trying to recycle that, some of that stuff. It costs you an arm and a leg, and you don't know whether you're actually getting that or you're getting, something else. The replacement that they have for the R22 Freon, I just found out that they're trying to phase that out as well. This new system would not do that. That would, hold us for quite a while. Two ways of looking at it. We can sit there and we put a Band-Aid on this, and we can fix it, one at a time here and there, or else we can, do it all at once, take the big hit, and then that way down the road, we're not taking that inflation that, it's going to cost, possibly double that down.
So the quote we got is 101,000, replace all the units on the City Hall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have to replace them anywhere else?
What's that? No,
To replace them anywhere else?
these.
Just here?
And most of everything else, we got brand new ones down at River House, and then we got the wall units at the restrooms and at the shop. We don't have air conditioning in the shop.
Is there a chance we can get those broke out, individual units, just so that we can have that conversation too?
Let me pull my
To do, yeah,
let me pull
just so that we have all the information.
let me pull my ideal. I think he broke that out. I'll make sure you can get that. And then last, and that's the other thing with these units. This building is built in 2011. So we're starting to show, its age and, some of the upkeep and so forth with those appliances. Which brings us to the next point, the repainting of City Hall. All great and fine, but it's faded. It's, there's cracks in the stucco out there. There's, if you look at the ridges along by the windows, there's little troughs that collect water under the, real heavy rains. Rains in his office. So it's one of those that, just, the general upkeep and so forth. And part of this $32,000 that would include, repairing those cracks as well as, painting the downspouts, the soffits up on top, the ladders, and the whole bit.
So can I?
Sure.
So on this page 1 with the buildings, you've got $7,000 more for repairing the outside of City Hall exterior. And then a full repaint where you added in the tracks and conversation that way to repaint. Are those, is
Say-
that a double?
Say which one?
So
Under
Page one.
under
buildings,
building, you've got, goes from 3,000 to 10,000. An additional $7,000 to repair the cracks and stuff on the outside of the building. And then it's to repaint, you added that.
Yes, and like I said, part of that is some of your day-to-day stuff. But if we're not going to repaint it and so forth, I would suggest that
Is
we
that an
come
either
in,
or?
then we come back and, patch it together, but it's going to look like.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
if we're doing
yes.
7,000 on one, we're doing 32,000. It's one or the other.
If we did the 32,000, yes, that
Then we-
7,000.
we
could
reduce
probably go.
number on
Reduce
the
to 7.
side.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
So that's what I have.
You got a
Thanks
question?
for listening. Any questions? Jennifer?
Yeah, and so that's for the exterior only, is that correct?
Hey, yes.
Yeah, the paint.
Yes.
And
So
so,
some of the things that, and I'm looking at doing just with my crew is the interior. We'll probably paint that ourselves. Use those as those winter projects to, keep my crew busy and so forth throughout that.
so if we were to do, like, I know that I would like to see that wall right there repainted because we have that art program going. And so, do we need to add that line in here anywhere to get that, to purchase a paint or
We
anything?
certainly
Or
do
you-
that. Usually that would come out underneath the building fund, I think.
Maybe it would be in that painting line item, wherever that was at.
Under the building
Where the
maintenance side.
Yes.
7,000,
So what we.
Building maintenance, yes.
Here Under repair, under building maintenance, that 5,000, you could increase that if you needed to.
so what would be an appropriate price for
Without
6,000?
without doing,
Like 1,000 for that one, for the wall,
So
the
I
hallway
know,
right there?
a lot of the stuff on the admin side, by the time that, you get everything, bought and put in and so forth, it was probably, a couple thousand.
Okay. All right, and then you mentioned at the very beginning about Bent Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm curious, like, what you do with that spot.
There's a single trash can out there and we go out there periodically and empty that trash can for a fishing game.
Okay, just,
That's
Good
part
to
of our,
know,
that's
yeah.
part of our agreement with them on that Sportsman's Act.
it's good to have that garbage can there because,
Yeah.
we don't want just litter everywhere because
Yep.
they will just leave it. So we've talked about putting a fence along the middle school pathway.
The fencing?
Yeah, the fencing.
Yeah, it's not on this.
Yeah, so, do we want to
It's gonna be
consider
on my-
including? Okay.
It's not gonna be
somewhere
part of
else.
his
It's not
deal.
part of his,
No.
okay. And then just, on, also not part of your thing, but we do the tree grant program. So I'm curious to know if we need to, include anything in our budget. If you've seen any, extra expenses that, that we haven't considered to include in the tree grant.
Our tree grant this year, working with Annie, worked out very smoothly, actually. Annie took care of, the paperwork and getting everybody signed up and everything. once we had the number of trees that we were going to do through the tree grant, I secured the trees. We made everything happen, went up, picked up the trees. Had Annie called the recipients of that, and we deliver them, 2 days, right? Yeah. And so, like I said, it worked out really well.
Okay, so we don't need to include anything in our budget. We don't see any,
I
any
don't think so,
need
no.
there. Okay. Just
That-
want to
I
make
think we
sure.
have the-
That tilt trailer would help a bunch.
Yeah.
We have the equipment to load it, unload it.
Yes,
Yeah.
except for that tilt trailer on that, second page.
Did you get the tilt trailer?
You guys did hear
Right.
about the tilt trailer, right?
Right.
All right, and then your list, your wish list, that was in priority order. Okay, and so if we need to.
Did I
as we have
mention
our
that the tilt trailer is
discussions,
number one up
hope
there?
to yes, you mentioned the tilt trailer, number one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else for him, Councilman Wheelock?
No, we're ready for Annie.
All right, thank you.
Bob, and thank you
Bob,
so much for
we're-
all of your, I just want, thank you for all of your work that you do to keep our grounds and parks looking beautiful.
While she's getting ready, there's got some touch-up painting for the
Annie, you've got
exercise
9
equipment,
minutes.
Oh,
Yep.
Ron's
speaking of
out.
that, we need to figure out how to get that thing twisted back. Okay.
Okay. All good. All right. Thank you.
All right. We're going to have Ronald, come up here, sir, with the sports programming. Okay, Ron. Yeah.
No more sports in Star. Got it. Please stop. We just saved the job.
All right, Ron, talk about your section, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Ronald.
So everything that I have listed, it's fairly easy. Sports, what comes in, goes out.
Yeah, pull that microphone to you and turn it on. Just push the button.
Oh,
He's an outside guy.
yeah, yeah, I'm outside all the time.
All right.
So we've, a lot of the sports and all the programs have actually been going up, and I needed to thank all of you council members and mayor for the increase in the park, green space for the grass, extra grass we need. Our fields are getting overloaded. Hunters Creek, I actually had to modify something because it ended up, all the parking went all the way through the housing complex. So it's now that we're getting big enough that things got to be scheduled to where we got to flow rather than all at once, which that's been taking me some getting used to it getting so big. All the sports have been increasing. The numbers that you guys see up there, those are actually the numbers from last year. And if you look across, you'll see that it's the cost per participant. And it just goes straight. I love the way this one's set up. It's just in and out. You got your expenses. We do have non-resident at 60. We have resident at 35. I'm doing better on the adults. That's been one spot that I wanted to improve on, make sure we get more adults paying. We do still have a lot of stuff out there where they can open play stuff, go out and play soccer, play football, or not football, I don't know, volleyball.
It's pretty much a wash coming back and forth for your stuff. correct?
Yes.
Do we need to look at increasing pricing on uniforms and stuff like that?
So the uniforms, we actually are revamping that. We got a new set. They were $40 last year, and we've had the same uniforms for 5 years that actually, I know all you guys heard it during election, that they love the way the uniforms stay the same. So what we did is we actually, we're getting new uniforms. Now, the new uniforms, we own the print and the color. So I never have to deal with a uniform being out of stock, out of color. We own it. So with those, though, it went up to $52. It was at 40, now it's 52. However, I just ran a sponsorship campaign, and within 10 minutes, I've already knocked the price down $6.25 to the kids. So, and I still have more people coming in. So that's the goal.
So you're getting businesses to sponsor the team.
Yes,
to
yes.
help keep the Pricing lower.
Yeah, my goal is to, and I'll do it next year a little better, but we'll do January, February, March. We'll run a campaign. Whatever we get come June, that tells me how much the uniforms will be. So I can do it for the next year. So like right now, if it was to happen today, instead of 52, we would take off $6.25, and that is what the kids pay for the year. And then the next year we'll do the same thing. Just run a campaign for a short time, 3 months, whatever we get goes into the uniforms for the next years, and that way.
Yeah.
Why we do June is because that's when soccer registration for fall begins. So that way I got the whole year.
And so every year they will have to, the participants will receive a new uniform. Is that my understanding correctly?
No. It's like how we have it right now. They would just get, so right now they use the same uniform. They can hand it down. It's going to be the same uniform all the way through. But if you need one, then we would estimate what the cost would be. So like I said, the way I know right now, and actually it's on there, it's 800 uniforms at $52. So if we got, say I got $10,000, then it would be 800 uniforms and it would be 42 bucks or 42,000. So it just goes towards the big amount, and then whoever buys will buy it at that amount. So one year it could be cheap and then next year more.
And so the sponsor information on the each uniform though will change each year.
Yes, they will have first right of refusal.
Okay.
And if it, yeah,
Yep.
and it could change, but they use those uniforms. They've used them for 3-4
Yeah.
generations.
Yeah.
3-4 generations.
Or, no, 3 or 4 seasons.
I'm like,
Yeah,
holy cow.
yeah.
So-
Dang,
so-
that's
We haven't
long.
been-
I've
we haven't been
way
there that
too
long.
So you should suggest to your sponsors. I mean, that's a benefit, right, for your sponsors, because if they get in on the program early, you're starting all new uniforms, and next year you might need half the amount,
Right.
but those old original ones will
Yeah.
be used with that.
And
Same sponsor.
I've already got a couple that have jumped on that
Yeah,
already.
yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other questions of Ron? It's pretty self-explanatory. I believe.
So then Ron addressed the wish list item. I think this is a wish list that we want. I think it's also a common item that we hear about quite a bit at Hunters Creek Park. So Ron, do you want to talk to that we have listed as our wish item?
So my wish list is to get a net, a foul ball net over the 2 baseball diamonds and the snack shack. Now, if we do it right, when I was over at Willow Lane, theirs is actually very nice. It is a foul ball net to keep the balls from hitting anyone. And it's tight woven that it's actually a shade structure. So that would keep all the heat, the radiant heat and everything. It's very hot out there. I know you guys aren't out there, but I'm out there.
That 17.5's just a high level, real quick, as we've done some just real brief research on that, depending upon what we would choose for making connections and raising and lowering the netting, those types of things that very well could change. But so it's not only a safety feature, but it's also to provide additional comfort for the fans as well.
And one of
So real quick, Ryan, that you guys got a pricing for only 17.5 for that netting?
Well, I don't have exact measurements, and that's not for the real heavy duty. I mean, we'd be taking
Yeah.
that stuff down every year and putting it back up. So my guess is it's probably going to be double that to do it the right way.
Yeah. Yeah. Throw in 35,000 for that, guys. Just from my experience of dealing with that stuff on that.
And other than that, there's nothing we need. We've got everything. Equipment's even in there.
And I see that, I think you guys posted earlier this week, some adult stuff, I think,
Yes.
right, coming up. So it sounds like,
Actually, right now, I just came in from cornhole.
yeah, cornhole going on. And then what are you doing with cornhole? I heard that you're going to be posting it somewhere else now?
We're gonna do it over at Blake. We were gonna do it over at Proof, but we got too big.
Okay, gotcha.
Plain and simple. We're getting all these things. We got 16 teams right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And one, sorry, Jennifer.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I wanted to call out also for the council on the bottom of page 3, under grants. We are currently pursuing 2 grants for the sports area. They open here very soon, I believe next month, and we'll be applying for those grants. So we haven't put the dollar amounts into it because obviously we may or may not get it, but we have the paperwork filled out, and when those open for applications, we will be applying for those. And then based upon our winnings there, we'll determine what we'll be able to do there. There's some specific uses, but there'll be some improvements at Hunters Creek and possibly Pavilion as well.
And just because I know it's there, we haven't done anything yet for pickleball. So just saying.
I know that's common. And people
I've
are,
been out there
foaming.
talking to them. I've been talking to them.
Yeah,
They
me
want some
too.
leagues. They want some tournaments. So we'll get some stuff going there with the pickleball too.
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman?
So just as a summary, are you looking at adding any new programs this year or keeping it like what you have now? I mean, I know that we're limited on our space too, so.
Presently, what we have, I'm doing about 7 leagues every season. 5 to 7 leagues. So what I do, and I understand what you're saying, but so no, because there's only one person for 7 leagues, or there's 3 of us working for 7 leagues. So you got a bunch of them all at one time.
So when you say league, is that like a sport type? Like
Yeah, so it'd be
football,
like like
baseball,
right now,
softball?
football, soccer, adult soccer. I've got adult softball going on. I've got cornhole going on. I've got adult volleyball going on. So right there, I've got 6 different areas in the park that we're at. Like right now, we're at Hunters here, there. So right now, and thank you for the ground, but we're at 3 different locations. Right now, I'm at Star Middle, inside and out. I'm at Hunters Creek baseball and soccer fields, and Blake Park, I'm on the grass. So at different times of the day.
Yep, okay.
So like but to answer your question, there'll be some new stuff like pickleball and things like that they haven't done before. That'll be on there, yeah.
Have you
Yeah.
thought about incorporating anything in the White Barn area? That ground that we're using,
I haven't
And
heard, I have
maintenancing.
not heard anything
use
off.
that as extra ground,
I don't know. We'll have to,
some parks.
there's been discussions with them about specific uses over there. so
Correct.
We'll have to find out.
Yeah, our discussions with them is mainly the inside use of that. And if we do get that, we would use it for programming. Outside's going to be a little bit different just because of
The
what's
lack of
there.
Grass.
But we've
Yeah.
got
If we're
Pavilion will be covered this in the next couple months.
saying, if we're saying we need more grass and that's something we're maintaining, it wouldn't.
But
hurt
it's
to-
not-
It wouldn't hurt to have a conversation to try and increase that use.
We can, but we'd have to do maintenance. We have to do a severe update to it because it's truly not grass. Right? It's not a,
Neither was Hunter's Park when it started.
no, you
I saw the pictures.
saw the pictures.
It showed them.
But Pavilion right now, we have, that'll be coming online this fall for more space there, so.
Any,
Right.
yep.
And
Any further questions of Mr. Ron?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I'll take this home and I'll be like, oh, what's this mean? What's that mean?
That's fine.
So appreciate you answering my questions here tonight. So I know like on the first page, for example, you have like under the recreation fitness classes. So you have.
Oh,
so that's not-
that's not wrong.
That's not wrong.
That's not
Oh,
wrong.
so you're.
It's just sports.
Got it.
Yep.
Yep, okay. That's all. I
Thank
have
you.
then.
Ron's is easy.
If I have any other questions, I'll reach out.
Not a problem. Thank you, guys. Anything else?
Good job, Ron. Thank you.
No questions.
Thanks, guys. You guys have a great night.
Annie, you're up. All right, now then if you turn back to the front of your presentation, then you'll start with Annie.
Miss Annie. The what?
I was told to school it down a little bit. I know, it's painful for me. All right, thank you guys for letting me come and speak to you. I'm a little bit about a recreation program, so I'm more behind the scenes type, but I'm Annie Pugh. I'm the recreation coordinator. I'm also the city grant writer, and I do a little bit of marketing and stuff like that too. So we're going to talk a little bit about this. The mayor's focus moving forward a lot with our recreation programs is going to be focusing on the youth. So I've created a lot of new programs that we're going to start this next year, along with essentially all the youth programs that we have. That's kind of my passion, is working with kids, since that's kind of my background. So I'll kind of break it down into categories of how I'm kind of putting together the classes. I'm trying to hit every age group. We're starting to see things in the community where certain age groups are not getting any type of classes or any type of activity that's local. They're having to go up to Meridian and Eagle, and even farther to Boise. And we want to make sure that each age group is represented here in STAR so they can stay local and learn new things. So the very top group is a brand new group. Most of these programs are brand new, or we started in the last couple of months as kind of trial classes before we shoot them together in the fall. But these are our rec classes. We were going to start a TOTS program. We started it 2 months ago, and we've already had a really good turnout with that particular group before summer hits. That's the 2 to 5. That's the pre-K before they're heading into school. We're offering gymnastics and dance and kind of these ninja classes that are fun for the kids to be active and learn new things. We plan on offering more art classes, music classes, and theater classes that are just kind of be quarterly, some things that we offer. The art classes we're offering every month. We have an instructor to come in, and we have different types of mediums and things that we're working with. So most of these are brand new programs that I plan to start executing after summer programs. Any questions with those? Good. Okay. Moving on to what we call recreation gym classes. These are classes that are brought on that we use in our brand new rec center. They're all kind of listed right there. One that we're going to start this fall is martial arts. We have a police officer that is a black belt, and in his spare time is going to come and teach kids martial art.
Do you know martial arts in police? You do?
Yeah.
See?
So anyway, that will be super fun. I'll get to tie in first responders and also get to starting classes there also. So those we have there. Our education, which is kind of where my passion is. We started a couple of new programs this year that we can plan on continuing on, as well as adding 3 or 4 new programs. We won a grant that we'll talk about a little farther down in our before and after school program. And with that, we were able to buy a lot more equipment that is able to provide more for our community. So we plan on using that equipment to finish out our last 2 weeks of the after school program. And then we will start in the fall offering kind of specialty classes. So we have a 8-week drone program that we'll do every 8 weeks, teaching kids to work with drones. And then we'll tag with Star Police, and we'll show them that when you grow up, you can work with drones and things like that. We have a new podcasting system that we're going to do in the after school program, but also with our teens. We'll kind of do the Voice of Star is what my vision for that is. And then we also have some tech, multimedia, and social media classes for the kids. Up here with my after school program, I want to explain this just a little bit. This number here for participants was for this last year. This is how many registrations that we had. I started the program knowing that we had a lot of kids that couldn't afford daycare, and we wanted to make sure that they had a space to go after school that was safe. Each session is $10. It's very flexible for parents. They don't have to sign on and do for a whole month. They can do as needed with working at home. So when you see these 2 numbers, they don't really make sense, but this is the amount that we made. This is what we paid for all of our staff and instructors. We have a lot of teens coming down from the high schools that are in child development that are helping get hours, as well as working with kids. And then this is kind of our profit that we use to develop other programs with.
And wasn't this the one that we won the award from the
We won
AIC
the
on?
award last year for this program. Yep.
The Association of Idaho Cities gave City of Star Award for that program.
And this program also got us a $25,000 grant to make it bigger and more affordable for families. So that's that.
So if I can ask a question while we're here,
Absolutely.
we're talking 779 participants.
So that's how many child registrations we had for the entire year. Now, a lot of these could be, a lot of the kids will do a weekly registration or a monthly registration. So I wanted to make sure that parents weren't tied to an entire month. So a lot of these are repeats. A lot of these are also, we scholarship 3 kids, 100%. And that includes the registration too. So we did not have 779 participants. We averaged about 25 kids a week, but they have to sign up every week.
So 779 participant days.
So if a child signs up or whatever for a week,
They're one.
is it $50 for the week or $10 a day?
So
How's that work out?
okay, so the way it works is a lot of programs only run an after school. I also run a before school program. The school had a lot of kids that were sitting out front at 7 a.m. by
I
themselves.
just was curious what a session
A session will be either a morning or an afternoon.
or both?
Both will be $20 a day.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I would say between the after school program and our camps are probably the majority of where we have our participants in. Our spring break camp we did for the first time this year. We had a lot of parents reach out to us saying they needed something to do with their kids during the breaks from school. So we've decided to add a couple and then kind of piggyback on a couple. So we have our full week spring break camp. Our summer camps are our big one. Right now we have 1,467 registrations with 40,000 in the bank. So before we've even gotten started. So that's really huge for our families here. A lot of the surrounding cities aren't offering them. So it's something that STAR is kind of unique in that. Holiday breaks would be more of like Thanksgiving and Christmas that we'll offer. And then those random Wednesdays and Fridays that kids don't have school, we will offer classes and things for them. Recreation fitness, these were already in place. So these are just ongoing week or monthly classes that continue on.
And those are adult programs.
Those are all adult programs. Yep. Everything else is youth, and those are our adult programs. So that's everything that we offer for adults. And then our recreation family will be brand new. This is something that we, daddy-daughter dance I've done for 2 years now. But the parents' night out, we've dabbled in it a little bit, but we're going to make it a little bit more consistent for parents. And then we're planning on doing a quarterly family event where families can get together and do things here. Any questions there? Like I said, I plan on kind of shaking things up and adding a bunch of new things this year. Donations and sponsors. I try to make things extra fun, but I know that we don't necessarily have the budget for it. So I like to go out and try to get sponsors or donations to help offset some of the cost. So those are the donations and sponsors that we got for this year. The donation that we have for the before and after school program, we had covered supplies, art supplies, STEM supplies, PE equipment that we maybe used from the school and needed to replace. We also had a sponsor come in and want to provide more STEM programs for the kids. The grants, this year, I was able to write and secure 2 grants. One was the summer grant for $40,000. And then I also got the before and after school grant for $25,000. The way these work is I have to spend 100% of it on supplies, staff, anything that I see fit for that. And so it's been used all together. Employee appreciation. I employ a lot of teenagers. And so part of the work-life skills that we're teaching them, I like to try to use these as motivation. Sometimes we'll throw in a Dutch Bros gift card for kids that are on time and things like that. So this amount here that we're asking is fully funded with our other programs or just things that we can offer the kids to keep them coming to work. Training. I love to attend trainings. Ryan can vouch for this. We do full recreation and sports training together here locally, but I like to attend extra behavior management classes that I can teach my staff, a lot of STEM classes, and a lot of extra training that we can use to help the teens better acquaint with their jobs here. Marketing materials are things that we can pass out during parades, any activities that we go and we set up a booth that we can give away with the city's name on it. We've never done it in the past. We plan on doing it this next year since we do a lot of booths and things. And then we don't normally rent out the recreation building, but we do have some instructors that are with us that like to have a dress rehearsal or maybe have an extra day in the building that's not being used. And so we rent it out for them for hourly for really inexpensive cost if it's not being used.
So then just real quick to address the wish list. I know it says the science trailer is number one and the bus or van is number two. I'm going to ask today that we get a bus or a van tomorrow, please. The reason that the
We
bus
can't,
or
but we can't vote on that.
I know, but the reason the bus or van's not number one is we originally had an arrangement with a neighboring community who had one that was available that they were going to rent it to us this summer. We had that all in play, thought we were gung ho, ready to go, and got a phone call the other day. Then they told us they sold it without contacting us because we told them we wanted to buy it. The reason that we need that is because we're running out of room. We need to be able to utilize all of our parks and our locations. And the way that we have summer camps set up is we've got a group at the park and a group at the rec center. And then we have the school lunch that's provided by the school district from 12 to 1. We want all the kids there to eat because that has funding ramifications. And then the kids that were at the park will go to the rec center. The kids who were at the rec center will stay at the park. And so we just don't have the facility or the room to be able to use the amount of students and the amount of participants that we have. And so we really need to be able to move people around the community. So I really am asking for a bus or a van. And when we do get to a spot where we can vote, we're going to come with that request because we desperately need.
So this, I'm just going to tell you guys on June 6th, it's coming to you to buy a van. And it's going to be a multiple use thing. For these guys, it could be used for those guys too when they do their Christmas stuff, you know, when you're doing the tours. So it could be a fan that's utilized throughout the city.
Are you talking a full size
It's going to be, what do we say, 20? No,
So
no.
we
little
don't,
like-
like a school bus, you have to have a CDL
hotel
license.
shuttle bus kind of?
Correct.
Kind of a
Yeah,
hotel
like a
shuttle.
hotel shuttle bus. It doesn't require a CDL.
Correct.
The kids, the parents all signed the waivers already on their registrations for that.
Correct.
So Stars never offered
You
all
won't
day.
have, you won't need a passenger
No.
endorsement?
Stars never offered all day camps, and a lot of the parents reached out to me and said they really need an all day option. So this will be the first time that we do it, but we do need to get them outside.
So we'll get that all figured out and then it'll be brought back to you on June 6th. I think it's June 6th. Is that
Just
the
make
next
sure
meeting?
somebody sponsors the bus.
Or
I'm
June
telling you,
4th, whatever that
like a
first
sponsor
Tuesday
kind
is.
of people.
Fourth,
Yeah.
I think.
It's either June 4th or 6th, whatever that first Tuesday.
One
in-
of those.
in June.
And then the last thing, I'm going to hit this. We need that van really, really bad, but I want to hit this science trailer. So STEM is not offered in a lot of the schools. It's not a cost that can be afforded. They don't have the budget for it. So we were able to bring it into the after school program and kids were coming and partaking in that. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and arts. Those are the extra things that the schools can't afford. We talked with Star Elementary and Star Middle School, and they said that if there was some kind of a trailer that could come and do science night and then can come and do this, there are grants to pay for the materials inside of it. No grant pays for transportation. So that is something that we would like to do to partner with the schools. We'd also thought about bringing it to the neighborhoods and kind of having it drop in with us, do some fun things that doesn't cost. Just something extra we can add.
What kind of trailer are you talking about?
It's like an enclosed.
An enclosed,
Enclosed trailer.
Enclosed trailer.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
like a
like a
There's a
snowmobile.
6 by 12, 7 by 14.
It's a small trailer.
with a
Yep.
barn
Dual
door.
axle,
Yeah,
brand
just
new size
something.
trailer?
Yep, it's very basic.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just to put all the STEM equipment in to take to these locations and stuff. And it stays local. Yeah.
Got it. Mayor
Ms.
Chadwick?
Jennifer?
Yep. So I see like there's and you know, we have a profit of 66,000. What would that be used for, like salary?
So, yeah, so let's go to the very bottom, the very last page, on page 4. So page 4, the overall profit is 47,097 between the two programs. The whole goal is to get that to a point that offsets the two salaries. So it's self-funding.
Yep.
Right? That's the goal. So that 47,000 that's left over would come to offset Annie and Ron's salaries in that department.
Got it. Great. Just the answer I was hoping for.
Yeah. No, that's the goal.
And then another question I had, so on the front page for the adult classes, like you have a few here that, you know, like intro to yoga, yoga flow, rise hit. So those have a low number of participants. Were they just recently started or?
A couple of these were programs that were already in place, so I just took them over. Some of them just started a couple of months ago. Some of them have been there for a long time. These are just the numbers that we have for this year. So yeah, the intro to yoga, the yoga flow, the rise hit, and there's one more. Just got started probably back in February or March.
Okay. So that would explain that low,
Yep.
yeah, participant. So this year, hopefully that number would be, I
Yeah,
don't know,
and
60 or
I
so.
wanna-
I don't
And
know.
Sorry,
we'll,
Mick.
we'll look at this stuff as it goes to see if we got to make adjustments to it. But they utilize the River House all day.
Mm,
It's
we don't
River
have
House is
any
being
more
Yeah,
to
I
put
used
on.
guess
by these
my
things. Yeah.
point in the question though is, if we have some programs that have a low enrollment,
Mhm.
at what point, like, do we need to do something to increase participation or consider, that it's just
Changing it to something
yeah,
else.
exactly.
Yeah. And that's what they'll look at on that.
Mr. Mayor, just real quick, if I can address that.
Sure.
So Jennifer, we do have a minimum participant requirement. If the classes that we publish and advertise do not meet that, the classes don't move forward. And typically it used to be 6, we've upped that to 10 is a pretty standard minimum. But then as you mentioned, moving next year, we expect to see more. That's the $1 million question. Right now, with the current economic conditions, we are starting to see some of our programs be impacted by that. Groceries are up, gas is $4 a gallon. Parents and people are starting to have to choose what they want to do. That's where these grants have become extremely important for us. For example, our neighbor to the west is not offering any youth programming this summer. They did not get their grants, and they just can't afford to do it. And so we're going to have to continue to address these as we move forward because we may see some numbers drop. But before we get too crazy about it, we're going to have to sit back and look at the whole picture. And again, we're already starting to see that impact some of our current programs right now.
And, I really appreciate, and I think, the community, the participants appreciate those grants to help keep our prices low. You look at other cities and they're a lot of money. And so I really appreciate that here. And I had my kids in sports here too. And it gets very expensive. I think we have very affordable rates. And so if we can, keep going after those grants.
Yeah, and he-
Plan on
That
it.
help keep those prices.
And he writes a lot of our grants
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
So, yeah. Cool.
So thank you for
Sweet.
all
Any other
of your
questions
work in the
from Andy?
program.
No? All right.
All right.
Thank
did
you.
Fine without a
Thank you.
PowerPoint, so you're good. All right, next up is Mr. Shane. We're behind the power curve already. I guess we'll just cut me in half. Oh, no, did I get one already? I don't know.
Put this on
Put on the fire department. Yeah.
Can I have, oh, no, you, I
And
think,
Mr. Mayor, can I,
You wanna
before
know?
Shane
Have
goes, can I add one thing to
no, you're done.
So what you have seen that's different from the years previous and why you see it in Bob's and why you didn't see it in sports and rec is we've kind of now that we have Shane full-time, rather than having our sports and rec software and our systems and the things that we use there under our budget, we've pushed all of that to the IT budget. So you're going to see those things now. Same thing with on our sports and rec side, you didn't see us include paint for the fields and stuff. That's all on Bob's budget. So we've really tried to put things where they really belong this year instead of having each of us have something that all of us touch. Correct.
So we don't double cover per your question.
That's my main
Correct.
problem is double coverage.
All right.
My name is Shane. I'm the IT for the city. For our budget, I put together this kind of based on where we're headed and where growth has kind of been over the last 9 months that I've been here. I put this together to plan for that growth that I'm already seeing that we have. Plus, there are things in here that some of them will go down over the next couple of years, but right now we have a little bit of an investment time frame that goes with them. For hardware, it's somewhat of a high number right now. We're kind of low on computers that are current. So with this budget, I'm planning for 4 to 5 computers that we're going to have to buy over the next year, just to replace things that will inevitably fail or to replace them before they fail, which is really where we want to get to. We need some new network switches at some point, and so we'll need to upgrade some things that are in our network closet. And that includes those wireless access points. Those are also to cover our parks. So we have Wi-Fi at every park, that's free to the public. And part of our network infrastructure is going to require that in order to maintain those things. I also have future cameras on here. As we're expanding and building out Freedom Park and some of the other places around the city, the police have asked for coverage to be able to stop vandalism and that sort of thing. And so that's what those are for. That includes our access control. It makes it easier for our maintenance staff to, they can get into every door in the city with a key card instead of having to take a ring of keys with them everywhere. And I think that's really helped them. So we're trying to cover all of the public bathrooms, not necessarily the bathroom doors, but the maintenance closets and the janitorial storage that's at those facilities. I have some miscellaneous equipment on here. We have had to buy some different things, routers and other pieces of equipment. And so I have a line item in there for that. And I've got some point of sale gear in here as well. So as they roll out doing paddle boards and things at the River House barn, or if the Mayor's Youth Council wants to sell t-shirts or something at our hometown event, they can use that equipment for that. So that's really for maintenance and upgrades of that equipment. Then we move into software licensing. Our Microsoft 365 is our email platform. This covers trending, growth, that you call it. If we hire more staff, they obviously need email accounts. So that ups our licensing costs for them. I've also got our Bluebeam Studio and our Bluebeam software in there. Those are our, our permit review software. So when our building department releases plans and things, they use this software to do their reviews and stamp drawings, and this helps us manage that system. Our Adobe PDF licenses are on here too, so we're not doing any more the random Foxit PDF softwares and things that are running around. They're innate with malware, so we've decided to cut that out, and to keep our system safe, we're using actual PDF, like Adobe software licensed by them. Synchro Management is our management tool that we use to remote into everybody's computer in the entire city. So this actually gives me a window into everybody's system, and I can see where they're at with updates. I can give them real-time support remotely from anywhere in the world. So if something's, broken or they need assistance, they can simply give me a phone call and I can help them out on the fly, instead of having to drive around and try to figure out their system. So it saves us all a lot of time and effort. The iWork platform is an all-encompassing software. We are moving towards the planning and zoning department being on this system. We have code enforcement and our permitting department on here already. And with that, as we start to add those other divisions, potentially business licensing and dog licensing, we're going to see this number go up to around this amount. This is a good ballpark number.
And is this the same software that we have for Bob now too? Or?
Correct. Yes, facilities uses it as well.
Okay.
So it's one of those that I could break it down line by line, but it's right now we're around 20,000. But if we add our planning and zoning, it's going to go up around $4 or $5 grand. The rec software, that includes both Sawyer, which is a new product, and our Sports Plus program. Those are combined together there for all of the registrations and things that they handle with those programs. They also accept payments through them, so it's a all-encompassing tool for them to manage registration. UKG is our time management system. So all of the hourly staff have an app where they clock in and out with that. We've got some miscellaneous softwares running around. They're not very much money. I kind of lump them all together. They generally run around $100 to $200 a year, but they're at different times. Depends on if somebody needs something. Things like Canva and CapCut help our marketing department put together nice graphics and videos to be able to put them online. So this helps them out a lot. And then we have our ArcGIS software license. So that allows Tim, our engineer, to go out and do a lot of GIS points throughout the parks, and then he can import that into the system. He's also doing a lot of that with, we provide our own GIS to our building department. So those two systems tie together, and it actually helps us a lot with managing permits. People can't pull permits if they're not in the system. So it keeps people from purchasing a permit that's outside of our actual incorporated city limits, and then having to do a refund and all of the other things that come with that.
I have a technical question.
Sure.
What does GIS stand for?
I don't know the exact, but it's basically GPS.
Morgan's back here.
Ryan Morgan would love to answer that.
He'll tell you, it's a mapping software, but I don't know what.
I get that part. I'm just trying to figure out what.
Stands for Geospatial Information System. And it's used for,
Geospatial, it should be GSI?
it's geospatial is all one big word.
Of course. Bigger than my question. Got it. Thank you.
So that software alone helps us out with a lot of mapping and things around the city. Tim has actually been able to map where all of our data conduits go and all of our future expansion stuff. So if we ever have to dig something up, we know exactly where it's at. Our phone and data services. So this line includes all of the internet that's at all of the parks. Some of these have build out fees on them still. So over the next couple of years, you'll see this number go down. But right now we're, instead of us paying a huge $15,000 sum up front for having to do a build out to a park, we have them build it out in like a $200 increment on a park. And so it's $200 a month for the next 3-4 years. And then that drops off. So as we go, the nice thing is that everything is built out in dark fiber for the city. So we actually, I don't want to say own, but we have the control of the connection point that goes from City Hall all the way to the park. So we don't have to worry about anything in between. The park doesn't route through Sparklight or Fatbeam's DNS servers that are in Boise. So if their DNS servers over there go down, it doesn't actually take our network down. And so if someone digs through a fiber that's between here and Boise, it doesn't take down our network, especially internally. So we can still access cameras and all of that stuff, even if we were without internet.
Dark. Well, I didn't even ask. I was thinking it, but I didn't ask. This is when Kevin should be here. Kevin with an I.
Dark fiber is just a term that we use to, it's not something that's lit with light because it's fiber optic. Instead of it having light on it, we provide the light instead of Fatbeam. So I don't have to go through their piece of equipment in order to get internet access. We connect directly to the fiber ourselves. Our VoIP phone services, this number is going to go up, or sorry, not up. It's probably going to go down a little bit from this number now that we have all of the hardware and it's fully paid for. Most of it we got for free. And some of it we charge the other tenants of our building for. So this is offset a little bit by that. But this covers all of the digital phones that are in the entire building and our conference room phone. And then we have our cellular phone service, which covers all of our iPads that have cellular capability for our point of sale. And then it also covers any staff phones. Mostly those are maintenance staff because they have those ruggedized phones while they're out in the field. They need something that they can hear while they're on a lawnmower. So they're a little bit special for them. I believe it also covers all the council as well. Oh, okay. So we'll probably see this number go down. Right? The hardware leasing was just a line item I had put in here. Our big multifunction copiers are covered under this number. There's one at the rec center, there's one here at City Hall, and then there's actually two here at City Hall. One's in the planning and zoning department, and the other one is in the clerk's office upstairs. So this covers all of our hardware leases on those. And those are a 5-year lease, and we're in our first year for most of them. I think we might be in our second one for the clerk's office. The rest of this is all of our public information software. So this is, what keeps our website up and running, our public municipal code. The Civic Plus meeting management that's on here is what actually manages all the meeting minutes. So everything that Jacob's putting in as far as minutes go and agendas all runs through this software. The Archive Social handles our Facebook and any of our other social media apps. So it keeps an archive of everything in case we ever had to go back for public record. Even if Dana accidentally deleted our entire Facebook account, it would still have a public record retained of what was on it before. Trino and DocuPhase is our public records retention system. It reads all the documents that we scan into it, and it catalogs them in that system. So right now, that's what it costs. I budgeted a little bit extra because we are running a little bit low on storage. So that's going to have to go up probably every year as we fill it up.
And the goal with that is Shane's been working on getting that so everything is on the public page, so you don't have to do public records requests. You can just get it.
Yep, that is the goal. And we are
That's the
nearly
goal.
done with that system as far as releasing the public records
More
links.
transparency.
Yes.
Cool. Who turned the air conditioner on?
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, you can turn it up. It's working great right now because
Yeah.
it's pretty chilly up here. And when I
We're going to go ahead and have to cut that out of the budget now.
I think that's his way of getting that $100,000 spent, is doing something like that.
Right.
That to
That's
freeze
what
us
they-
out. You can hang meat in here, so. All right. Any questions of Shane?
Yeah, one question. So towards the bottom section, so you have, title, website and municipal code.
Yep.
And then you have Municode. So what's the difference between the municipal code
So
and Municode?
the website is the actual website framework and infrastructure. The Municode is actually a separate section where the city's civic code is actually stored. And then there's actually a link on the website that takes you to what is technically a separate portal that stores all of that code.
Or city code?
Yeah, there's two of them on there. That's why I was asking. So
Where do you-
one stores the data and the other one's kind of the front end or something like
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the website where it says Civic Plus, are you talking about Civic Plus website?
no, the website and municipal code for 26,000.
Well, that's the total of all.
Oh,
five
that's the
those
total of
below.
Oh,
all
that's the
5 of
total.
those.
So the
Sorry.
black, the black is just a total from right below
That
them.
makes more sense. Thank
Yeah.
you.
No problem.
I couldn't figure out what, I'm like,
Well,
I don't see it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
it.
All of my bold sections are the total for everything that's below them.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman,
I would love to do this again next year and break this into 2 parts so that we can have this more as a conversation as opposed to a learning. Because I don't feel like there's enough time to
we could do all the
get-
time in the world.
I want to go back to Bob and have questions now that they've run through my head.
Yeah.
Does that make
And
sense?
we can do that.
After learning and having time to mull it over, not that I wasn't listening. But there's a lot going through your head trying to
Right.
get it all in.
Write down all your questions and we can set something up even on June 11th for them to come in and talk at the beginning before. we go
Yeah,
into
because
the-
the list of stuff is
Yeah.
7 long wish list but what were we doing last year at the same time? It just takes time to study.
Perfect. Remember, this is a brand new process that we're doing, so we'll learn stuff
But
from this today.
Well, and another question I have, so I think I know the answer, but just to make sure. So, and
For
you
him
don't
or
have,
me, or-
you don't have any income, right, for your
No.
side?
My department does not generate it.
Right. So, yeah, you got a tough spot. You
little
just spend money.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But I do support every department
Every-
in the city, so that's kind of where that happens.
And it's just so everybody is reminded that we share Shane with Star Sewer and Water and Star Fire.
Mhm.
So we split his salary amongst all three of us.
Right.
On that, which is a good thing.
Yes, for sure.
We're trying to get him into the police side, but I don't know if we're ever going to get that because they're so tight over there with Ada County Sheriff. So,
For sure.
or Ada County, right? So, all right. Any further questions of Shane?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
So I'm going to do
Thank
something,
you.
Kevin. I'm not going to go to you.
Couple monitors.
I'm gonna go to these guys if you want to go now. And then, so our committees. Just because we're so far down the thing. And I like seeing you this late at night too, so this is good.
It's like drinking from a fire hose here.
It's great though.
It's good, but there's a lot to take in. Spatial, what was that?
Oh, supercalifragilis. All right, we got Miss Jerry with the PAB committee. Come and talk about their stuff.
Okay. How are you doing?
Well,
Okay, so we're going to start with PAB so everybody understands what PAB is. I think everybody does know, but we did create a mission statement. And the mission statement, Parks, Art, and Beautification Committee is a volunteer advisory committee tasked with expanding public park amenities, bringing art into public spaces, beautifying the community, and supporting community events, all with a specific goal to help foster the hometown quality of Living Star residents seek to preserve. So that's basic. We've grown the committee from its inception, and it's visible to all of the public with the banners and the things we do to beautify the city and the events that help foster that hometown quality. So our budget, we worked on pretty specific. We came up something with what we thought was reasonable. So we're going to start with in the budget, as you can see, there's a line item that says PAB budget 2024 and 2025. And it goes down that list and the total amount is $31,000. And I'll break that down for you. I also wanted to talk about that not only do we ask for money, but we bring money into the city. So we have events that garnish or things that we do that garnish income. That is Art by the River. Last year, we were able to self-fund the event and bring in revenue. And that revenue is to purchase public art at one time. What we're doing is we're holding on to that money until we can find a substantial piece of art that everybody would be happy with, the city council. And we'd have a committee that would identify what that public art would be. This year, our Art by the River has increased. We have 100 vendors. We're all sold out.
for this coming one?
Yeah.
Cool.
So we also, so with that, well, obviously we don't know the numbers yet as far as income, but we will be able to pay for that with the fees that the artists pay and the vendors. And then we are looking at sponsors this year so that we can increase the revenue so that we can purchase public art faster. The dog bricks, we are doing that on I guess a semi-annual purchase, and we will be doing a campaign to help fund projects for the dog park. We're also having a pet fair that we're partnering with Hand and Paw, and we're going to do a pet parade. And that event, which has always been cost neutral, will bring in money this year.
A
we
pet
also-
parade?
Yeah, it's
Like a parade with pets?
with Halloween
Oh,
costumes,
all right.
and possibly a calendar for each month in the city. With
Any
the
limits
pets.
on the type of pet?
No, and you can dress up like your pet. There you
Goats.
go.
Pigs?
And then the veteran banner, that was really successful last year, and we believe that it will be successful this year. With the dog bricks, we were able to provide funding to we partnered with Hand and Paw, and they were able to, I believe it was $3,600 that we were able to give to them. And then half of that money came to our account. Same with the veteran banner, we were able to provide banners for our veteran heroes, and we were able to provide funding to a veteran group. So we're being good stewards of money that we bring in is what we believe. So if I go down the list, we broke it down by what we'd like to do this year is we'd like to do an art reception towards the end of the year. We don't have a date yet, but we'd like to bring all the people, the community that have supported the arts with the murals, the traffic boxes, art traffic boxes, the people that are part of the Art by the River, the winners, people that have been showcased on our wall at City Hall. And we'd like to provide just a reception and applaud their beginnings here in Star. And that amount was $1,300. The next one we have is Opera by the River, and Opera by the River will be its third year. It's Gemma Arts, who is a professional opera group, and they come here and they provide Opera by the River for free. It's $200 for incidentals just to provide a green room and provide water and items for the artists. And that's a free event to the city. Star Library book drop. So they have a book drop that looks pretty awful, and what we'd like to do is wrap that box, and that cost is $2,500, and that would be similar to the wraps of what we see out on the State Street. That box is larger, and we are looking at ways to reduce that cost, and we're hoping that they receive a grant to offset that. Let's see, the Star mural. So we've put in $10,000 budget this year. We will be realizing a mural, our second mural.
Possibly.
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 Where at?
At Steve's, the site of Steve's.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mhm. And that would be something that would be indicative of Star with possibly a Star water theme. We're looking at an artist and a design for that mural.
So you, just real quick there, Ms. Jerry, you said 4 locations at one per year. We've already done 1. So this would be the second one out of that 4?
Yes,
So, but we do have that already in our budget for this year.
right.
So for the mural that is
So-
it potentially to go on Steve's auto.
So this would be the third one then?
So this would be a new one for next year. Yep.
Yes, this would be next year's mural. I was just giving what we're working on for this year to get done before the end of the fiscal year. So what we're trying to do is create that art in the city and then
Mhm.
create an art walk. And that what we're working on is an idea that the business owners would apply for this opportunity to have an art mural on their building. And there would be a memorandum of understanding how long they keep it up, where it would go. And it would be approved by the city council. So that it's just the movement of getting art into the city. So that's $10,000. The next one is traffic boxes. When we did our call to artists on the traffic boxes, we already have a lineup of artists that we have approved that would move forward. So the areas that we would see another traffic box would be at the fire station with a new traffic signal. There's a traffic box at Beacon Light, and then potentially Moyle. So that $4,000 would cover those 3 boxes as they are approved with.
Would that make all of our boxes covered then
Which other ones are we, what,
for traffic box? Oh, so anywhere that we even have a crossing beacon and stuff like that would have a box, right?
We just have to have approval by the
So there-
agencies.
Okay.
yeah, so there could be one at the middle school,
Yeah.
but, so I think for this year or this next year, it was how many, 3 or 4?
3.
3, yeah.
Okay.
The next item is Make Stars Shine. It's $1,000. It would be for spring and fall. It's just the incidentals of what it takes to operate that cleanup. Bags and gloves and such, banners. Next thing is street banners. Okay, so this is a little, it's $6,000. We broke it down by all 4 seasons that we have banners. We have 30 currently for each season. But our street lights have increased our banner placement. So we would have a potential of 67 locations where we could put banners, and we can only put them on 30 right now. So we've increased it all the way down by Albertsons. And I think with our veteran banner, we took it all the way down the street except for 3. So we just wanted to allow the banners to continue on so that it's not a short location. So that's $1,500 per season for the banners. And we did that with Julie.
Local.
Yeah, she's a local vendor. And then we have a large banner that we have out at Toontown, and there's a roadside frame, and we update that for the different things that we need. And so we have allotted $600 for that. The next thing is the holiday light contest. The light contest grew, increased considerably this last year. There was a lot of activity. I would imagine that we'll see even more participation, and $1,000 covered the gift cards and banners and
Winter signs.
yeah, the signs and such. So the winter signs. The next thing is the Star Spirit and the Courier ads. We broke that down by the cost for each month. And so we asked for $1,200 for the Star Spirit magazine and then $1,800 for the Courier so that we can advertise without having the ability to do a story. This is the opportunity is to purchase a ad. And that would be for Art by the River, the Pet Fair, the Christmas light display, Make Start Shine Day. Next thing is the Hometown 4th of July Parade, $400. That would allow us to be in the parade. It would cover banners, candy, and any incidentals that we would need for the parade that day. Operational costs, that's just the January kickoff breakfast where we do our workshop, copies, name tags, shirts, miscellaneous. And that's about it. So it comes to $31,000. Boom.
Cool. Any questions? Ms. Jerry? None?
So, Mr. Mayor, one thing that I want to make sure we add to the PAB budget this year too is that currently they're using the River Barn to store a lot of their materials. The Make Star Shine Days has grown tremendously. And so we currently have a storage unit that we're working on clearing out. And I'd like the PAB to take over that storage unit so that they would be able to store all of their stuff there and have better access to it. So I'd like to put that storage unit fee in their budget for now and then moving forward as well.
Do you know what that fee
Yeah.
would be?
It's a larger storage unit right now. I think we're paying 120 a month for it right now. I think we can probably downsize into a smaller one if it's available. Because I don't think you need that great big one that we currently have. But I
So
know the price
maybe-
just went up on those. So
So maybe if we were to budget for like 1,200, that should cover
I think
it.
so,
Yeah.
somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Any questions there, Kevin?
Yep.
Okay.
So the $19,000 is from last year or is projected for this year?
Actually, that's a little confusing in that that column is a projection of budget that possibly would be income. If you look at it, it goes 2023, 2024, 25,
It's
2025.
just listed as budgets 24 and 25, so I was trying to figure out what that is.
Yeah, I think ignore that column.
There's no way of giving you this information.
There was some additional information. So the committee does have a financial person, and she put together this report. And there was another column off to the right, and it explained what that 19,850, and I was also confused on it. I
So
said,
there
take,
is
take it off.
Basically what, and we have two CPAs on our committee,
That's
so.
not helping my paperwork.
I know. So they provide a self-funding. They were able to take the 23, 24, 25, and they were looking at funding in, funding out. And it's not actual numbers, it's just projected because we don't have the actuals. So that's just information of how we're bringing money into PAB.
I think it was kind of like a balance, like a
Yeah.
rolling balance.
We have money in this column that is our savings, so to speak, from the Art by the River, from the dog bricks, from the banners. It's
Like,
our
for
simple way of tracking.
For budget purposes, though, the things that we talked about for the 31,000 is just that one that just says PAB budget, those
Right.
items there.
Right.
Yeah.
Is what they're asking for,
31,000 from the city,
for those
to
items
run
there.
whatever you do for the year.
Right.
And whatever you make is held in this $19,000 account.
Yep.
I don't know if that's,
I don't
think that's the right
so.
number,
I
'cause
don't,
I don't-
We-
I don't see how
that's a
that
ga-
adds.
And that's
I don't
the
have anything else
confusion.
to go by.
That's
Huh?
I don't have anything else to go by, so what do I?
No, I get
how do-
that. Cross
how do
out
I
that
understand
line.
that?
And for now, we're talking about these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16 items in that PAB budget there,
Yep.
for that 31,000. The other stuff,
So the PAB budget is the only thing I need to worry about. The rest is
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
was our,
numbers not.
Yeah, so the other columns to the right are ones that are self-funding. And so it's like the committee is trying very hard to make sure that if they have an event, that they're also bringing in income to cover those expenses. Or for the dog brick program, so that those programs are self-funding. And so everything on the sheet to the right past the PAB budget are self-funding projects. So so those projects are still going to occur, but they're not included in the committee
For,
budget request from the city.
for our purposes, is there a chance that when we meet on the 11th, you can come back with the ones that are just
Yes.
us requesting money, you requesting money from the city so
So
that I
such
don't
a
have to
short-
worry about all the other, I know there's
Short-
tons of stuff going on, but I don't need it in that number to
So just basically just list out the
he-
31,000
Yeah,
on a separate sheet by itself.
pretty much.
That's what he's
CPA
asking.
wasn't available and I couldn't do that type of work.
Yeah.
I'm in Cranes. I get it. I know up and down. Kevin's in charge of IT.
Okay.
Yeah,
Any-
thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Jerry.
Thank you. Thank you
All
for.
right, then, Mr. Sitten, you want to do yours right now? And then we'll get to Kevin. Yeah,
Taco Bell.
no Taco Bell here.
Have to go to a town to our north.
Thank you.
West.
Good evening. The Historical Committee has kind of assessed our priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. We do feel that production of a second round of oral histories is pretty much our highest priority, just because longevity is questionable among some of our elderly restaurants, or restaurants, elderly. Yeah. Residents. Sorry about that. So that was going to be our first priority. Also, another priority for us is the documentation of historical barns in the area. They are disappearing at a very rapid rate due to the development that's taking place. We don't have a dollar amount in mind for documentation of the Star area barns at this point, but that's something that we wanted to make sure that that we could get to sooner rather than later. We did get a bid from Fish Dog Productions, which did our original oral histories documentation, and there it says invoice. It's not truly an invoice. It's actually a bid. But the software that Brendan Fisher has, he couldn't get it to change it to a bid, so, or an estimate. Our committee reviewed this in detail, and we also had a conference call with Brandon. And it was apparent that we can do a lot better on the expense on this, because Matt Brasper, who's on our committee, has video capabilities, and in fact, he showed me some drone footage that he did of the Freedom Park that was just excellent quality. So he has video equipment that he can use. And also, for instance, a line item here, royalty-free music track for $1,000. Matt Brasper has that. He's already bought it, and it would be no charge. So this is kind of the sticker shock estimate, if you will, because we feel that we're going to be able to perform some of these line items ourselves. We already have a hard drive that the city bought for us last year. So this is kind of the worst case scenario that we would anticipate. Total drive out price of $26,735. Our proposal is actually for $30,000 estimated cost for the development of the oral histories, up to 4 interviews per day over the course of 3 days. The reason we want to do that is because Brendan Fisher has a daily charge for his equipment, and if we can get it all knocked out in 3 days, that will minimize costs. So I'll just stop right there and ask if there are any questions about the oral history portion of the budget, because it makes up the vast majority of our request.
No, and I think it's important I know we're going to look at trying to reduce those costs and stuff on there, but I think it's important that we get the history of citizens of Star, in my opinion.
Mhm.
I mean, the 15 that you've already done.
Right.
Is pretty cool, actually. on having that on record, so.
And the last time we did the oral histories, we hired Dean Hagerman to actually do the interviewing. We're going to do that ourselves this go around.
Yeah, you know what the questions to ask.
Right.
Right, yeah, okay.
What, have you targeted 12 people that we're talking about interviewing? Is that?
Yes, we do have 12 people documented and there are more that we expect that will be identified. That's what happened last year is we started off with a core group of people and then they said, as we interviewed them, they said, oh, you need to talk to so-and-so. So,
What was the cost of the first phase? Was it like 30,000 that what you have for the second or?
that was the initial bid that we received from Fish Dog Productions. And we very much intend on paring that down based on our committee members doing much of the work that was proposed in this bid.
Do you have an estimate as to what that looks like?
Yeah, as of yesterday, no, we don't, because the discussions haven't taken place. Currently, Matt Brasper is going to be speaking directly with Brendan Fisher to find out exactly what we can pare down from this. So I don't have a lesser number to present to the council at this point, but
Maybe at the June.
Maybe at the June meeting, yeah.
And possibly at the June, but for and I'm just gonna say this, and I don't know, don't take it wrong, but in my opinion, it's well worth the $30,000 to retain the oral history of people that are dying that have made up STAR over the years. So anything we can get below that, it's just like carrot on top, I guess, in my opinion. You guys have different opinion, that's fine. I'm just telling you that's where I'm standing with that, so. But definitely bring us back something if you can, so we can look at it.
certainly.
Yeah, it's just easier to have a hard number than open guess. And
Agreed.
if we have time, great. I'm not saying lessen the interview amount of people. I'm saying let's find out the number if we can.
Will do.
Thank you.
In addition to the oral history documentation, we would like to get institutional memberships to the American Association for State and Local History, as well as the California Oregon Trail Association, including a Idaho chapter membership. In my opinion, they're quite affordable at $118 for the National Association for State and Local History, and $310 for the national and the state chapter memberships. Essentially, we want to be able to access the resources that they have as far as educating ourselves about potentially establishing a museum and a foundation that is tied to that. And other than that, our documented request for up to five bronze plaques is in the proposal for $6,000. I do have one. Okay, I do have one copy of the email. Matt Brasper looked into getting a plaque to memorialize the house at 11070.
1070.
11070, thank you. And that house can't be moved or preserved. It's been built on several times, but the one plaque that we definitely want to get done is for that structure there, just recognizing it. There's a good picture of it, and
So that was the first house built in Star?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. It's just an example.
Yeah, I think that's an
not what
example.
would be written. Okay.
Yeah, that was just an initial
Okay. that makes-
proposal there. I think the wording of that could probably be subject to change, but especially documenting, I think the doctor that built it.
And it's not, just to be clear on that house, there's many, many different phases on that house, not from the original. It's completely different than what we think of it. It'd be nice to see a picture of the original house that was
Mhm.
there, not what we see today. So you can have that. Do you want this or?
That's for
That's
y'all.
us? Okay.
That's for your records. So, the total proposed, budget from the historical committee is $36,428. Of course, subject to our efforts to minimize the cost on the oral histories and the fact that we are just, we anticipate requesting, instead of coming to the council again and again for other plaques, if we, determine that we want to have a plaque for other purposes in the community, that we don't have to come back to the city council to ask for
So-
that every time.
Just real quick, how are these plaques how are you gonna mount these? Because, yeah,
Yeah, there are some options that are documented in that email, if I'm not mistaken. It has some on the back of the plaque, it has some mounting
yeah.
capabilities.
right. In my former life in this, that we did a lot of these things. I just didn't know where are we gonna mount them, I guess. I mean, we have the plaque. Is it gonna be on a pedestal? Are we gonna mount them in the concrete down below where they were at? I mean, because those are costs that we're gonna have to associate with that to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. One idea that has been floated is there's not a whole lot that can be salvaged on that house, but the bricks can. And perhaps we could use the bricks as a pedestal for mounting that
Yeah.
plaque to that. That's the initial thought.
So would that item need to be increased then?
I think it
to
needs to be
include-
increased. Because I don't, so real quick, hang on, sorry, let me look.
Is it 14?
So they said 1,024 before taxes for each plaque, right? So you gave it almost $800 for mounting stuff after that, right?
Okay.
Because you're 6,000. I would increase this. I would increase a little bit.
I'd have a hard time making the plaque in the first place, so it might not be good for me.
Well, that's fine. I mean,
Or-
but the thing is, it's, I guess we got to decide what we want to do for the historical structures in Star that are going to be removed over a period of time because of how bad they are, right? Do we want to preserve them with the plaque, a long-term thing? But I mean, if we're going to ask for 6,000, we need to ask for it to be complete, not just to have a plaque, right?
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah. Well, we could leave it at that 6,000, but then, maybe it's only 3 that you're doing this year. Or, so that way, like you can then see what, so you have a budget of 6,000 to do some sort of memorial plaque project and kind of figure out what the details are of what that program would be. So, yeah, it might be 4, it might be 2, we don't know. Just an idea.
Well, and the thing is, when you think about this, whatever facility ever comes back, it may be something that they mount on the wall there. I mean, it could be
Yeah.
on anything, right? For that too. So yeah, I would leave it at the 6 then for now.
Love the idea though.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah.
And we, Sean Nichols has also had conversations with the developer there. And initially the developer had said that he would help, he was open to helping to fund moving that building before they determined that it was not a movable structure. So it may be that we can get the developer to chip in on some of that.
Which they can't discuss right now because it's not a project that's in front of us.
Oh, okay.
So we can look at that at a later date. Just so you're aware.
Understood.
I know what you're asking. Trust me, we've been through that road with them too, so. Cool. Any other questions?
No, That's great. Thank you. Great.
Mr. Wheelock, you're good? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for preserving our history.
Pardon me?
Thank you for preserving our history. Yeah.
Did we go to Kevin Pitt now so we can go home? What? It should be pretty quick, I think. Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Hey. Thank you.
You're good.
Hello, Mayor, council members. So I'm Kevin Pitt. I'm the new building official for the City of Star. I hold the honor of being able to develop this new department, going from a contract, building inspection, building plan review, everything, into an in-house department. What you see here in front of you, I have basically beginning with a list of memberships for us as a city as well as the building department to be a part of. A lot of these memberships will help provide basically networking, training, and really kind of build up our existing staff that we currently have. As well as all the trainings that we will be going to will either be the national level at the ICC or local level with IDABO and BIPSI. And these memberships are per year. And then additionally, I've added here some training and continuing education. I've basically broken it out per our building clerks, which would roughly be about $1,600 a year. That's in total for all four of the clerks. Basically for them to, again, gain confidence as well as knowledge in the building administration. It is a different field that a lot of residents as well as business owners and builders aren't always accustomed to. And here at Star, as well as any city or jurisdiction in the valley, we always do it a little differently depending on our locale. So if we can train our staff up and give them the knowledge and experience to be able to help our residents, help our builders. Really right now with one of our current staff members, I'm working with him to create a lot of city standards type stuff that's straight out of our building code so we can benefit the residents if they want to add on an addition or a garage. Little things like this where they can go through trainings and help them, help the residents and also the business owners to basically get their projects permitted. And then additionally, some certifications. This is for our building clerks to gain the actual permit tech certification through the International Code Council. Then a couple additional certs for myself as well as our inspector. A lot of this I really want to build into cross-training and potentially bringing up our clerks to do plan reviews and inspections to also save the city money, but also to help us expedite our plan reviews. Right now, we're running right around 4 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks for a normal residential plan review, where a lot of the local jurisdictions around us are 1 to 2 weeks. And we do have a bit of a skeleton crew, but we're getting it done in a manner and doing a thorough job. And I think that's what we're going to get from having an in-house staff, is a better product, some pride behind the work that we do. And then at the end there, I have just some general supplies that we're going to have along the way, kind of as things possibly break or we get used, or PPE, stuff like that we're going to need over the next year.
Okay, any questions?
That's the most straightforward budget we've had. Easy answer.
Okay.
No questions.
Stafford?
So we would see this in your budget, the like income.
Well, there's no income on this, but but you'll see yes. You'll see the income from the permits.
These are just the
and all that
expenses,
kind of
right?
Stuff, yes.
Right.
Right.
But there's other expenses.
That'll be associated still with that department that
Right.
is already in our budget.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But bringing this in-house is function.
Yep.
these different memberships and things like that
Yeah,
are necessary
need.
for them, him and
Yeah.
Rick to do their jobs. And then the additional training is just things that we have never thought of really before. That
Yeah.
helps our staff be better at their job.
Used to cost us $500,000. Now it's
It's
reasonable.
$250,000. I don't know, somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see it all broken out
Okay.
with that, yes. He does have an income line, but it's really not this.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
And you don't need more staff?
It honestly, with the workload we're dealing with right now, it is a little bit, I mean, I was doing plan reviews up until, 6 o'clock today. And I got here at 6 this morning, so we are busy. But as you know, building industry fluctuates. This is the fourth city I've worked in, and you'd kind of always want to have a relative skeleton crew just in case you don't want to let anybody go, I guess.
So tell them how many, I don't know if you said this yet or not, but how many inspections you guys are doing for all the inspections? So our people are inputting all this stuff and doing all the work for these inspections.
Yeah, so I got those numbers here. Our total number of inspections, this is basically calendar year, so January 1 to today, we're right around 6,845 inspections. So that's
That's a lot of inspections.
that's
That's more pullovers than the police have got.
Yep. More pullovers.
What was that number?
6,845. That was actually a yesterday evening, so. Yeah, and
So that's your mechanical, your plumbing, your electrical inspections. We have those inspectors on staff, but some staff and his
it's
inspections.
including myself.
Him and Rick's inspections, but the staff is the one that processes all that stuff.
So our four clerks
Yeah.
will, on an average, that's 1,500 inspections a month. So our four people that we have in the office are, like Mr. Mayor was talking about, they set up all those inspections with the contractors, schedule them out to the inspectors, let alone processing all the permits. And all the plan reviews.
And our system that Shane talked about, iWorks, is that right?
Correct.
Is a system that they utilize that helps them be able to do this many.
And
Because before we didn't have it.
To be frank, I've worked in 4 different cities and I've had multiple different programs. I was here for 3 days and I was able to do plan reviews, inspections, and it's very intuitive and it's
We got a good
helps the
system.
process quite a bit.
6,845 inspections. That's why he has boots in the supplies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some resold
In 5
maybe.
months.
Yeah, in 5 months.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's amazing.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
Any questions of Mr. Kevin?
Nope.
All right, thank you.
Problem?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, who we got? Ryan Morgan? Make you wait at the end. Oh, Chief's at the end.
Blessed. Well, it's supposed to go now. Hey, that's Ron Weston's problem. See, you only asked for 10 grand. Now you're at 200.
Well, but the salary side of it's not really, I mean, it's going to fall under me. It's not really under his department, but Yeah.
Here we are. Some numbers again.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity. Our budget is really, we're in a unique situation as in half of our salary is technically, I am an employee of the Sewer and Water District, and the city pays once a year half of my salary and benefits. And Tim, the assistant city engineer, his salary and benefits to the Sewer and Water District. And that bill usually comes in November, December-ish time. So that first 2 lines that you see on there includes that invoice that you get from the Sewer and Water District, which is why I'm presenting that as part of the engineering department budget. And really, as the mayor said, that comes from the standard salaries, but it's looked at in a different way, so to speak, because you actually get invoiced for that. The rest of it, Vehicle fuel, that's about half of what I use each year as I'm driving around through town, doing subdivision inspections and final plat inspections and landscape bonding and all that fun stuff that we get to do. We've got some money in there for equipment and tools. This last year, we bought a handheld GIS tool, and we also bought some levels and a measuring wheel as we're out doing inspections that help us make sure that we're meeting city code and ADA requirements and all that fun stuff. We are proposing next year to do, oh, and that's spelled wrong, I apologize, aerial imagery. Historically, the sewer district and the city have split that cost. The sewer district is planning on paying for that this May. And we are requesting in our budget item that the city pay for that next year. So every other year, one of those entities. And if things ever slow down growth wise, then we won't need to do it every year. But we've just found that it is extremely beneficial as we're putting it in our mapping programs and that to have this done every year. And it's been well worth the cost so far. The final budget item is for conferences and training. A large portion of that comes from the annual FEMA floodplain conference that I go to. It's held somewhere in the Northwest. It's called NORFMA. It's the Northwest Regional Floodplain Managers Association. We as a city are members of that. To get my FEMA certification that I currently have as a certified floodplain manager, I have to get 20 hours of training every 2 years. And I can pick up 90% of that at this conference that I go to. That includes conference registration, which is usually between $400 and $450. That includes travel to get there and the hotel for the 4 days that I'm there. And then we've got some other training in there. I want Tim to take some stormwater pollution prevention classes. They're offered locally. Get him so he can help go out and verify that people are taking care of the streets and all that stuff appropriately. That class is under $100 for him to take that. And then there's a couple other miscellaneous trainings that we want to take throughout the year. So if you throw out the salary and benefits, I'm really only asking for only about $20,000.
15.
Yeah, 14 or 15.
15. He's an engineer. He
So
estimates.
I round up.
it's fine.
And he can't spell
I
either.
I have two questions. Aerial imagery, are we gonna ever have to do that every 6 months? If it doesn't slow down?
Oh, just once a year still.
Once a
I
year?
think-
Yeah.
Once a
think
year.
A lot of people think we're crazy for doing it once a year. Every 6 months.
Good
Would-
history, if nothing else, you could
Yeah.
talk to the history people and get it
Exactly.
together.
Yep.
And my other question is, your fuel for $1,100, is that for you and Tim?
Yes.
And do we provide a vehicle? Does Star Sewer and Water provide the vehicle? We're just providing fuel.
Starshine and Water provides the vehicle. Our fuel budget last year for Tim and I was approximately $2,000 split in half. So the sewer district last year asked the city to pay for half of the fuel.
So we're paying,
That's
we're
a
paying
bar-
half.
That's a bargain on anybody's.
It
ticket,
is.
you know. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jennifer, do you have any questions?
Sure. So I'm wondering about, yeah, the aerial imagery. So you said we would pay for it 1 year or, yeah, we'd pay 1 year, they'd pay 1 year. I'm wondering if it would be simpler if just, for budget long-term, so it doesn't get lost, that we just put in 5,000. So we pay the Star Sewer and Water 5,000 every year so that it's getting done every year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, he would do that.
And Hank would absolutely go for that. The reason why we did this is we're actually having it flown in 2 weeks. Sewer and Water is paying for that. If the city is willing to pay their half this year, then we would definitely be willing to split that every year moving forward.
Okay. That would be somebody
talk
else's
about it.
answer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All I got,
Okay.
thanks. Thank you.
Good?
I'm good.
All right, thanks, Mr. Ryan. Check. All right, Chief, sorry.
Hey, he's only 15 minutes behind. We're making time. That's good. Good job.
We were.
We were. I think he's saying you're gonna be the slow one. He's got lights. It's fine. He can catch right up.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilman Thompson, and Councilman Wheelock. Grateful to be here, Chief Zach Hessing, Star Police Department. I'll kind of just start off with where we are right now, budget-wise, and how many we have for Star Police. So we have a total of 19 employees. We have one professional staff, which is our admin assistant that runs the front office and also does different reports and different things for Star Police. And then we have 18 commissioned. So we have one chief, we have 2 patrol sergeants, 10 patrol deputies, 2 deputies on a POP team, the problem-oriented police team, and then we have 3 detectives. Currently, there's about 13 vehicles that we have with Star Police, to include 5 patrol vehicles, 3 detective vehicles, 1 patrol sergeant vehicle, 2 vehicles for our POP team, 1 vehicle for me, the chief, and then 1 admin assistant vehicle as well. So currently, our budget is at $2,894,960. In order to stay, as you're looking at your sheet there, in order to stay kind of where we're at right now, it's going to increase. Let me see where I'm at here.
145.
Yeah, about 145,000. If I can see, there it is, 145,282. So what that is, just to kind of break that down. So as you look, there says 3% COLA. That's what we believe that the COLA is going to be the cost of living for the new budget year coming in for Ada County Sheriff's Office. That's going to come from the county commissioners. Now it's still up in the air, but that's what they're pretty solid at right around that 3%. So if you look at that, just personnel increase, 3% of what we currently have is $83,677. And then the grant position, so one of the problem-oriented police positions, we paid $75,000 of that was through a grant. But the city of Star this year only funded that for 9 months because that person that we had for the other side of that POP team didn't start until January. So if that, well, it was end of January, beginning of February. So for 3 months, we didn't fund that position because that position, we hadn't hired him yet or hadn't got him out here yet. So this next fiscal year coming into it, we got to include an additional 3 months for that salary, which is about $37,982 for that position. So personnel increase is $127,614. The equipment, uniform, because everything's going up in price, including radios, on-body video, software for on-body video, tasers, all those things, is $5,912 increase. Operational is an $8,220 increase. That includes office supplies, copiers, code books, blood draws, tips, the team that comes out and helps when there's a traumatic event that happens. They're volunteers that come out. We have to pay for some of their costs. Water service there at the station, business cards, trainings that they go to. We actually contract all of our printing, most of our printing. One of our printers is not contracted, but most of our printing through Fisher's contract that goes up. And also we hand out a lot of stickers, police stickers that, and those, we do find a good deal on those. The amount we hand out is quite expensive. So there's an increase there. Support-wise, it did increase $2,030. That support is actually just for data analytics to input numbers for the NIBRs. So to get all the accurate crime rate and that kind of thing. So that does go to the data and analytics team for Ada County Sheriff's Office. One thing that I did include this year that I haven't in the past, you'll see a $3,500 increase there that I'm asking for. That's just extra operational items. What that's for is throughout the year, we actually made some purchases, the City of Star made some purchases for less lethal tools, such as we did a pepper ball gun. We also did a ballistic blanket, some items like that. So this year I asked for a $3,500 kind of line budget that I could use for buying any tactical equipment that might assist us, such as the less lethal type items. We're getting more and more into the child enticement type cases. So one of the things that we are finding out is having a separate cell phone that's specifically for that, which that's an additional cost, which includes different apps that you can use to spoof phone numbers, those type of things. So we can continue using that over and over again. Some of those costs that come in, radars, at some point we got to get it'd be nice to get a second additional speed trailer. We use the one we have right now quite a bit, and it actually prints out a report that I can show exactly how fast people are going on certain streets, how many people are going on those streets, those type of things. It's nice for when citizens call in and say, hey, I got a problem on my street. We can actually put that trailer out there and zero down on exactly the high times when people are traveling on the street, when the most violators of speed limits are going down that street, those type of things. So at some point, the speed trailers, I know it's more than $3,500, but it's at least it gets us going towards the right direction there. So again, just to stay base is that $145,282. Do you have any questions about the base before I go into the other options? Nope. Okay. So one of the things that the first option there is the admin sergeant. So right now we have 2 patrol sergeants and then myself that are supervisors for the Star Police Department. The admin sergeant, what that sergeant would be doing is if we added that, now both, and I know that I look at the other contract cities, both Eagle and CUNA have an admin sergeant. The idea behind that is one, the Providence-Warrenton Police Team, the two deputies we have on that. Currently, I'm actually their supervisor, which works okay, except for it's kind of I'm not a hands-on supervisor for them, so they're kind of more. They do a great job, but I would like to have a more.
They're policing their own problems.
Yes, I'd have a more in-depth supervisor would be nice to have there, and they do a great job again, but it is a little taxing on me to do both, and so the admin sergeant would take that piece of it. Also, the 3 detectives that we have, so our 1 person or our 2 persons in our 1 property detective would fall underneath him to help supervise that as well in connection with the sergeant from Ada County that does that. But we could bring that more in-house where a lot of those reports are being read by a person here in Star and being approved, and we can be in the know more of what's going on there. So they would take on that. So that's 5 people they would supervise. Plus, I mean, we heard about a lot of grants that your Star Rec is writing. There's a lot of police grants out there I think that we could be looking at to help. And this admin sergeant that'd be one of the tasks I would assign to him is to write more grants. We do have the 1 grant that we wrote again this year. That's the traffic safety grant. That gave us $75,000. We reapplied for that again this year. But there's other grants out there, including Idaho Transportation Department has grants for equipment and grants for specific targeted, like for DUIs, those type of things we could look at if we had the time to do that. I think this admin sergeant would have that. Also, one of the things I've talked to Chief Tominski about would be nice, the fire chief, be nice to do more coordinated trainings with Star Police and Star Fire. And this admin sergeant would also be asked to coordinate that and maybe do once a quarter trainings or something along those lines where we get to know if a big event happened, how Star Police and Star Fire would work together on it. And then with the different community events, the admin sergeant would be at those events, plus would help put together the ops plans for those events. So operation plans to make sure we're providing the best safety possible for everybody that attends that event. So that's kind of the portion of the admin sergeant. It's an additional on top of the base of where we will be at, $183,970 to include an admin sergeant. Is there any questions on the admin sergeant piece?
For me, we've got 18 officers and 20,000 people, correct?
Correct.
Admin sergeant would be 19,
Correct.
and admin and one K-9 would be 20
Correct.
for 2,000 people or 20,000 people that are here,
Yes.
keeping us at our goal. Is that the math?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Seeing if my math was right.
Yep. And so if we go into the K-9, what I would do with the K-9, I don't have to go through every piece of what they would be doing, but the K-9 sergeant, we added one K-9 position, including not only the dog, but the actual person themselves too. They would be added to that province-oriented police team. There'd actually be 3 people on that team, the 2 that are currently on it, and then add the K-9 position, which would be nice because he'd touch both sides of the week. He'd still work the same hours that proactive team is. And with that proactivity level, what they're doing already with traffic stops, having a K-9 there immediately would be a huge help in getting drugs off the street here in Star.
So they would run 3 of them would run the same hours regardless?
Correct. And that K-9 officer would actually fall underneath the supervisor of the admin sergeant, just like with the other 2 pop positions. So, and that does include increasing that 167,632 is increasing that admin or that K-9, which includes his vehicle too. So to add an additional vehicle on top of that. So the third option that we're talking about here is not only the admin sergeant, the K-9 position, but right now, so Detective Alan Takeuchi is our Star Middle School SRO. So what we do with him is right now, because the school resource officers paid between West Ada and Ada County Sheriff's Office, they pay that position for 9 months to work the school. For the other 3 months, he goes and he actually works on a county team. What I would like to do, because we do see an increase in juvenile activity during the summer, and he already knows all the juveniles, it'd be nice to pull him in for those 3 months, have the city of Star provide it'd be a 0.25 position, a quarter of a position essentially. And the cost of that is about $35,945 to include him in on that pop team as well, that he could work the juvenile crimes during that time. So the graffiti stuff, the going out, seeing the kids at the skate park.
We could just put him at the
Type of
desk underneath that shade structure at the skate
Absolutely.
park.
Yep.
He could hang out.
Is that a problem?
And I know that,
Might have to buy him a skateboard.
yeah, exactly.
I'll fund the skateboard.
So I know that CUNA did a little juvenile task force for a little while too. What would be nice about this position is, again, it'd be a force multiplier for not only the patrol deputies already on the street, but it would also be one that is added to this problem-oriented police team and be proactive where they'd work together on different things. So if there is a rash of vandalism occurring, that group would get together and figure out, okay, let's set up some different areas to try to figure out who's doing this and try to solve those crimes.
It would leave him so he knew the kids going into the school as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I think it's a win-win. It's something that Chief and I have been talking about a little bit.
So then your number would be at 20.25 for our,
The other 7 people
Staff.
that are going to move in this summer.
yes.
7.
So, but that's approximately where we're at budget-wise now.
And so I'm just going to bring up the funding side of this a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So this is where so when we're talking about property tax is paying for our police, and we can only increase it by 8% max, that would put our property tax right over $2 million, I believe, somewhere in there. This is why I've been meeting with the BCA and these folks about this mitigation fee to help offset these costs and tripling that amount. Tripling that amount with the property tax increase we get actually increases it to about $3.6 million of funds coming in for the police. So we can cover option 3 and that's at 500 permits. right? That's not what the crazy permit numbers we're seeing. It's what about the average that we would average over the last 5 years at 500 permits. It would allow us to cover the costs of those police officers during that time frame. Until hopefully I put them on notice that, and they're working with me to build a coalition to go get the state laws changed so we can get the growth to pay for itself. Okay?
Mayor Chadwick?
Yeah.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that the property taxes would fund a portion
Yep.
of the police budget.
Yep.
And then are you saying the fire or the police mitigation fees that we're collecting?
Correct.
That $500 or 500
It's
mitigation?
500
Building.
permits
Yep,
times the 3,300 and something
right.
would cover the rest of that.
So then that, between the mitigation fee and the property tax, it would fund the full
100%
option
of the
3
police, yeah.
of the police budget.
Yeah.
Yep.
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 So that's our plan. And then if we can get the state to change their formula to allow growth to pay for itself, then the mitigation fees will go away.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have, there's no need for it if it could get covered
Yeah.
that way, right?
And, I just want to say too, maybe for the record, is that, I think it's really important that, our citizens understand that the property taxes that we're collecting
Mhm.
is all going towards police, every single penny. Plus, we're having to we're having to come up with additional income sources to make up that difference to provide that level of service that we have in our, that we want to provide in our comp plan. And, so I don't know, if citizens really understand that, but that's really important, and so when we're talking about, this large budget, a very small piece of it is coming from property taxes. All of it is funding the police.
It's very small.
The rest of our budget is coming from other sources.
So when we only could increase our budget by right now about 150,000 a year, it doesn't even cover one officer. It barely even covers the 3% COLA for this year.
Yep.
Right? So those mitigation fees are an important piece of this whole pie. Right now.
Right. And again, it's very difficult to say no to building, right? When they mark off all the boxes, it's no different than going to get a driver's license, you go through all the steps, and if it meets everything, it's really hard. We can't deny it. And so, I appreciate, the mayor and all of us for working to find, those sources to help cover the police and all the rest of our budget.
And just to be clear, it's not a permanent solution. It's a temporary solution because it's not ongoing from every house. That's the challenge we have.
Right.
So the state needs to come to the table and fix that problem. Or we're going to have a big problem at some point when things really truly slow down, right, in our area. So, yeah. But for now, we can make it work with that, just so everybody's aware on that. And I like the SRO option. I really do. I think we're starting to see a little bit more vandalism from these kids on different places. And just when we get bigger parks and more parks open up, it just provides more opportunity. And it's not all of them, just a few of them that cause the problem, right? That our SROs can get out there and hopefully find the correction.
So with him having an SRO, being an SRO, is it something that we would provide him some kind of transportation? Would he have a car? Would that come from Ada County already?
Question.
Would it be in our best interest to provide him some electric bike that was efficient
So that's on my
to go on
list.
the trails and
That's on my
chase
list.
kids that are
Yeah.
off in other places that are easier to chase without a car?
Well, and I will tell you, so we have, they're pretty old. We have 2 bicycles out here that when I was a patrol deputy, during the summer months when it was warmer, I would park my car and in the middle of a subdivision, I'd ride around. And I'm telling you, it's amazing. People don't hear you coming. And so it's amazing what you can sneak up on and catch in the middle of crimes that are occurring. So absolutely, Detective Takuchi would be, he'd be nice to have something that he can get around on an electric vehicle. But the vehicle itself, he'll use the same school resource vehicle he uses during the 9 months. He'll just keep that vehicle for the 3 months during the summer as well. So
I would like to add
It's on my list
electronic
to talk.
option.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's
Just because of the parks that we have and
all of that
the access, yeah.
public access is being abused on an electric bike that he could cover.
Yep. We're thinking on the same wavelength here. It's fantastic. Any other questions of Chief right now?
No.
No?
Good.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's
Thank
pretty
you.
easy. There we go. Good job, Chief. So I'll just talk about it's just me now. So I'm just going to talk about some of the things that I'm looking at putting in the budget for this next year. We're looking at, and then I want to ask you guys some of your ideas and thoughts too. Okay? We're looking at doing a similar restroom facility at the Riverwalk Park that we put in the pavilion. Tim has been working on a budget number and design for us to look at on June 11th. The one that the restroom facility that we just put it in at the Pavilion Park there. Down at the Riverwalk Park. Okay. We're also looking at completing the sidewalk from the flagpole at Hunters Creek going east of the pathway. We've had comments from folks about that where they can't get some of their strollers and stuff as easy for grandmas and grandpas. Going east, yeah, right behind the east thing so we can connect that. So families can get all the way back and cross on that as well. They've also been working on a playground for the Pavilion Park. It's a fully adaptive playground. It's one that I've been working with some families that have kids that are wheelchair bound. That allows the kids in the wheelchairs to be able to fully participate on all of the equipment, which is really, really cool. We do have a design and a price back for that already. We're also going to be working on the development of Roselands Park this summer with citizens from up in the Roselands area. And so we may, depending on where that comes, we may throw some money to start some of the work out there as well in phases. There's also plans that we'll be working on for the center down by the River House and that north or east of that new parking lot. Councilman Wheelock has been kind of involved with that already. So we're going to budget in there with our new, what do you call our list? I can't remember what you call that list. The one that we just approved with the architects and everything in there.
Oh,
To put it out with one of those architects to start designing it. On-call roster, thank you. On-call roster. So we'll start working on that. Also, we'll start working on the plans for the Trident Ridge Park up there in the foothills with the walking paths and whatnot. Because that's getting ready to be deeded to us with the $60,000 that they're supposed to give us for the footbridge. The fencing at the middle school pathway is another part that we'll be putting in there. So we're working on some cost right now on what the cost of that fencing would be on the portion that we need to do because the two developments there are going to be doing their portions along that development there. We're also the electric bike thing was one of the things I was going to bring up too, because I think it's important to have an electric bike out there, especially at the River House area, because the police cars aren't going to be able to jump on that pathway and drive all the time, right? Because they have bollards on there that they can take that and patrol down through there and come back, or like he was talking about, maybe run our Deputy Takuchi, through the neighborhoods at night or whatnot on that bike. We are going to be adding that treasurer position, so you guys know it's on there. It'll be in that budget item. We are, oh my goodness, I'm trying to think. Oh, Cemetery Park. That's what I call a cemetery. The park where the pathway is at. The middle school pathway park, Cemetery Park. It's on cemetery property right now, where we could put a parking lot up in the front and create more grass space until such time the cemetery needs it. We could work on the details and stuff on that as well. So It's already pretty much designed. It's been,
Good.
our engineers already took a look at that and put the stuff together for that for us. Because be very simple. It won't have any trees or anything. Be just grass and sprinkler system out there for that. And then I wrote down the foul ball net thing over the snack shack that they were talking. Look at that. So those are some of the things that I have on here for the city here coming up this next year. Do you guys have any ideas and thoughts? Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing on there that I forgot to put on here is the bridge over the river for the pedestrian path in here. We're going to continue to work on that. We're working on so we put the grant, we had that grant that we put together that showed us the best option for continuing the Greenbelt system along the Boise River to Highway 16. And this is the bridge that goes over, and Ryan Morgan has been working on, the state has taken some of the old bridges that they've been taking out and granting those to different municipalities. And we may be able to pick up one of these old bridges that may work for that, and that's what we're working on.
Where's that land?
It'll land on the BLM land on the back other side. So like almost in between the two ponds where you walk through and you come to the river, it'll go across that, and then there's BLM land, 30 acres on the other side, and then the development right to the west or east of that. We have easements already in place through their annexation agreement to put this pathway along that. And then we get into the Idaho Department lands on the other side that it will connect, and then a bridge coming back across. No, it doesn't go in the Phillips ground at all. Yeah. Doesn't touch it, does not touch it at all. You know, only at such time that they decide to do anything would we require that path to continue to the west on that side. That's on them at that point, yeah. What do you guys got? Anything? You think about it?
So we are working on the pathway master plan.
Yep. It's in this, was it
mm,
going to be completed this
this
fiscal year?
year, I believe.
Yeah, this fiscal year it should be completed.
So would we want to, it's hard to know without, hard to say, but would we want to include anything in next year's budget for any pathway development?
I don't know yet. I think we keep that out. We could always come back and add it.
Add it?
Because after that pathways master plan is completed, that's where the impact fee committee would come in and create the impact fees for that as well.
Yeah.
And that'll give us another avenue for that.
So I know this year we have in our budget the impact fee committee.
Yep.
Do you think that, you probably have it in your budget, if that's but if it will be in next year's
It'll be
instead?
this year and next year, roll over
Okay.
next year, yeah.
Okay. There's also, I've heard talk about the BLM land north of Hillsdale.
That is gonna, right, and that's just gonna be an annexation path. We're not gonna do anything with it for a little bit. We'll have to get it first.
Okay, so
then
that's
develop.
still out a
That's out
little
a ways, yeah.
ways. Okay,
Yep.
all right.
What's that? It's humming pretty good. Oh, and then what else you got?
It's just about staff, wondering, is there plans to add any additional staff
Not in building or anything right now.
anywhere else?
No,
Okay.
not until we get things dialed in on some of this.
Just curious.
Bob was looking for some.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lied. Yes, you're right. One more staff member
Or
for
Bob?
Parks and Rec, yeah, because
Oh,
we're
yeah,
adding
Need
on.
one with Freedom Park.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
'cause we're adding on Freedom Park, yep,
Just parks,
yep,
ground maintenance.
right.
Yeah.
Adding 70 acres, it probably ought to.
We're gonna all end up mowing ourselves.
We're gonna buy cows.
Goats, we'll get your fading goats out there.
Everybody get your fainting goat. Let's go for a walk.
Right.
Start cleanup day.
And if you guys think of anything else, send it to me and we can bring it up. I'll put it in the thing for.
I wonder if we can we work on like subdivision transition roads as we go subdivision to subdivision? We've added straight roads that are long enough that people are getting. I guess I hear transitions. Maybe we put speed bumps in between subdivisions, kind of.
I think that,
We look at that with ACHD and maybe
yeah, that's an ACH
work
thing.
together to fund that if we have to put in some.
I think
Scan.
ACH, yeah, I think we can, but we don't put it in the budget because we don't know what that looks like. Yeah,
It-
but we could always add it to the budget.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just
Yeah.
so that we put it in as a priority. To me, it's a little bit like saying, we care about citizens that are here. Some of the new subdivisions are racing through some of the old subdivisions because it's the most efficient way to get to a main
And I will
road.
tell you, Chief has been working on several of these with John Watson at ACHD. And ACHD is actually, this is almost an ACHD thing because they just came out, not necessarily for Star, they just approved a contract for like $400,000 to put these different speed bumps in all over the county in different road structures.
I know some came on, is it
Well, it's supposed to come on Main.
Frost?
Oh, Frost got some
Frost,
now?
because the
Yeah.
stop sign, I had a local citizen saying, why is that the speedway? Well, because it's the only way to the merge from our direction with no stop sign. So they put in two there. I'm thinking that's just one piece of one puzzle.
And it's a lot of puzzle.
But there's a
throughout the
lot
entire
of pieces out there and that could help a lot of people
county. Yep.
slow down the traffic in their areas.
Mr. Mayor.
I knew you were going to ask something.
Yeah, I forgot to add it during Bob's. I asked Clint to get us some estimates on streetlight materials so that we could have stuff on hand so that we could repair those when they break down in the future so that we don't have to go through what we just went through recently to keep those working. I'd like to make sure that we have funds in the budget specifically earmarked for those.
Yeah, hang on, let me look here. Rob.
So that we can keep those on staff.
So the Learning Center has got another light that's flashing again, by the way.
That's so people know they're there.
Right. One of three is flashing,
I'll take
just so you know,
Thanks. I'll go look.
since we're
We-
talking about issues.
Okay, well, we do have a streetlights. We do have 5,000 in our budget for streetlights last year.
Yes, correct.
So it's, just- I mean, we
We
can
have till
add to
October
that.
to spend it,
Yeah.
use it or lose it.
Well, we
used
did
it.
use it, some of the
We used it.
fixes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, anything else from you two here tonight? If you think about it, email me your list. I'm sure you'll have some on there.
I'm low maintenance.
I know they got lists for me too, so.
I'm low maintenance.
All right. All right. It is, so with that said, that's the end of this one. That's 9:22.